I need to test that anyway. So. Is it that? No, wrong one. There we go. Yeah, I just muted myself. Okay, can you... There we go. Yeah, Discord, I know it's so difficult for you to do basic functions, but you know, you managed. I believe in you. Kind of. All right, so now I get to test if this works. Yeah, I was afraid of that. No, it did eventually. Holy, what in the what settings do I have on? Why is that so late? Missing rotation, blah blah blah. Delayed by 0 seconds. Oh boy. Okay, well we'll continue with more testing. Okay. Cool. Okay, so here's the part where I need to spam my own chat. Just to try and get this positioned correctly. I now understand why I had that where I did. Okay, so then if I do that... Okay, so then I gotta go like... Oh no. Wait, no, I do need that. Yeah, no, I do need that, because that's that. Okay, that's for Twitch. Not that I'm using Twitch at the moment. Okay, so... We just got rid of that. Like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so this needs to go... as... Aston? How are you translating that exactly? It's not a language. This is just me doing... some basic stuff. Oh, I didn't save that right. Okay. Is it gonna eventually start fading? Yes. Okay. We will call that good enough for government work. Oh, I'm back now. Okay, so that's now sufficed. That's saved. Everything's good. Chat works. Hi. That only took 5 minutes. It's not that bad. Probably. I can't remove any of this, by the way. I mean, I can, but it's very slow and tedious. I just don't know if it's worth it. I might remove most of it just because a bunch of dots is like weird to have, but you know. Anyway. Sorry, if you couldn't tell, it's been a day. It's been a day so far. Yeah. Yeah. I love League of Legends. I hate the people who play it, but I love League of Legends. On the upside of things, Lock is fun. Lock is quite fun. That's about where the positives end. Yeah. That's about where the positives end. Because I've done well when playing Lock. Oh boy, have I done well. One sec. Let's pull this up. Was I this large? It's like that. Could it be like this? Oh yeah, because it's not even there like that, so like that's... Yeah, okay, so it should be like this, I think. Yeah, okay, I can see that. You know what? For the first time ever, the playback quality check thing for YouTube, the preview, doing good work, because I can actually tell where I was positionally. But anyway, what was I doing? Oh, right. We were going to this, and we were going to go into... We'll use this one. This, grab this, and how why are you flipped? Why are you reversed? I don't understand. Okay, well, whatever. So, Dark Harvest. So, if you've never played League, usually for like good, it depends on what you're talking about, but good value is like 2 to 3k damage, right? 31 souls harvested, so I got them below half 31 times, and I landed an ability or auto attack or whatever and got a soul for 5,415 damage. over the course of a 30-minute game. That's really good value. Okay, that's incredible value. That's great. That is, yeah. And then Presence of Mind, yeah, a bunch of mana restored or whatever. Coup de grace did, yeah, see, like 1695. That's normal. Sudden Impact 2000. That's normal. 5,000 is a large number. Yeah, I might just leave that there actually, because it gives something contextual. You know, other than just me sitting here alone talking to myself like I usually do for the first 20 minutes of stream, at least. This is part of why you guys don't get these more often, by the way, because I can't play games at current while streaming. And I don't do just chatting, like I don't do reaction content, really. It's not my thing. It's, I don't want to say too lowbrow. It's too uninvolved. Okay, it's too uninvolved. So I do intend to try and stream more often, but part of that is that you need a reason to. Because like I do, because I like doing it, but the part that I like doing, at least with this, is chatting with you guys, which kind of requires someone to chat with. So it's a bit of a conundrum. I can kind of treat them like you. I haven't decided not to do it yet. You might still see. Maybe we'll see the replay for this game, except that would require me to. Right, that's why I wasn't going to do it, because I have to load League and I have to have League running, and then it does the. It's basically rerunning it, but maybe it'll be fine. But historically, because my computer is fucked, I can't run the game and my model and stream at the same time, or it starts lagging, or rather, I drop frames a lot. And yeah, I need my PC to last. I need it to be able to record without issue, and most importantly, render without issue. Because my motherboard is screwed, and I can't replace it at the moment. And if I could replace it, I have to pay someone else to replace it, because I'm not messing the stupid Liquid Freezer 2 again. That literally took hours out of my life. Maybe days off of my life and hours out of my life. It was not, no. Apparently the next one's not as bad. Not saying much, but you know, it's progress, I guess. But hey, at least my CPU doesn't overheat. Whatever. I did put out a Twitter post before this. Because, funnily enough, I just realized before I started streaming, the last 3 games, well, technically 4, but like 3 games that I lost LP for, because one of them I got Autofield support, didn't lose anything. Nice. But actually, every time, it's been my top laner and or jungler. But in top lane, except for I think that Leona game as support, it was a Tom Kench that I have who just can't, like, if you don't know, Tom Kench is currently broken as hell, right? So that's a thing. But they keep dying and then flaming usually the jungler for not helping them, because they push up to the enemy turret, overextend, and get caught on repeat. And then the small-minded fools have the audacity to just say, I've been ganked multiple times. It's like, If you know that you have a thief running on the neighborhood stealing stuff, and you continue to leave things out in your yard, like overnight or whatever, and they keep getting stolen, whose fault is that, do you think? Not condoning the thief, but it's like if you feed a wild animal and it keeps coming back. Yes, exactly. You keep feeding the enemy jungle and top laner because you're so close to beating the enemy top laner because you're like killing them. You literally have a ward in the river, you can see their jungler coming, and you still die. What? Yeah, no. No. Uh-uh. That's on you. That's entirely on you. So yeah, that's been my experience today. I guess I played 3 games. The first one was auto-filled in jungle, whatever we lost. I played it okay. It's Leona, it's hard to mess up playing Leona. And I would have played Lux, because I know how to play Lux. But they had a Blitzcrank, and at least if I'm a Leona, it's like, okay, oh no, you hooked me! Anyway, now I'm within range of you, thanks for that. But then the second game, like, they get Lock, because they have first pick, whatever. I play a Fury, I beat the Lock, I mess up a little in lane once, he gets 1 kill, but then I kill him and I kill his bot lane. Both of them. So I have 3 kills. And it's the same CS. But then top lane attack. And I got suckered into trying to, like, help out on the map then, because yeah, they're feeling mighty cocky. And then my Lock gets time to do stuff, and then he starts getting to roam the map when I go back, because my teammates don't do anything because they're tilted now. Just like, ugh. We lose that game, I get Lock. Cool. Doing great. Beat my lane opponent, kill her twice as an Aurora. It's easy as hell. Except their Viega gets fed off of top lane, and then goes to killing my bot lane. And my Briar starts inting because my inting Tom Kench top, who has no brain cells, starts blaming them and flaming. I don't know who put into these people's minds that berating your teammate mid-game is going to make them play better, especially when you don't know each other and you're just doing it purely out of spite. It doesn't make them play better. At all. Hence why my bar started taking my waves then too, so that I get screwed. If people just didn't type, they'd win so many more games, is the point. They'd win so much more. Let's see, whatever. That's been my experience in League for the day. Hello baseline. I still don't know why it has different colors, but whatever. I guess YouTube technically doesn't have any colors, so. But it's back! Chat exists again! Look at it! You can't, because you'd have to type, but you know. You did type, it's there. I'm just saying. Also, hi. But yeah. Yeah, League. But Locke is really fun, though. I like him. I do think they might have to move his numbers around a little bit, though, because he currently, like, all he does is burst, right? And he's supposed to be strong early. But it's to the point at the moment where if you make a single misstep and they're smart, you're just dead. There's quite literally no counterplay, especially once he gets old. I think they might just have to skew his base damages more into scaling, which does technically mean that he will scale better, but he's also less strong early, so it's kind of amounts to the same thing. Anyway, what have you been up to, baseline? Sorry, baseline 52. I know, you're sensitive about that. It's very important. He's not. But yeah. Still gonna play later though, aren't I? Unless we play CS. Then I might not play later. Unless we're counting tomorrow, in case I probably will play tomorrow too. But, you know. Yeah, it's whatever. You like CS? Yeah. Me too. Mostly. Sometimes painful, but that's usually just down to me. Actually, funnily enough, I haven't had teammates be a huge problem in CS so far, but then again, we're usually playing with like a group of 3 to 4 people, so that kind of makes sense. Minus the guy the other day who immediately dropped the hard R. That was... Yeah, that was obviously not great. But besides that... minutes. Baseline, I can't stream it. You have more than 15 minutes, trust me. I have signed on for at least an hour of this. Well, I mean, I could, but it's like... No, I physically can't stream it. My PC will not allow me to stream it. It's not even the people baseline. It's that I physically can't stream the game. My PC will die. What do you mean, why? The same reason this comes like the last 3 times that I streamed, nerd. Motherboard, no good, no worky. It die. Or dying. So it just doesn't... I think my graphics card is doing fine as far as like it's sending the signal and getting it and working with it, but the CPU isn't. I think. Or maybe all of it. The point is... Okay. Okay, but that again brings us back to the whole it not getting enough power, which is why the motherboard is borked. And it isn't enough power because of the wiring in the house. So I need to fix that first. Appreciate the offer, but it's... I already did the whole replacing parts thing, minus the motherboard granted, but until I can get the wiring in the house fixed, as far as the circuit breakers probably, and also my outlet, and who knows, maybe even the wiring, because his house. It's very interesting. No, not the power supply, as in the wires and the... How far back? You know, question. Let me like type 1 when you hear this. This section right here where I'm saying to type 1. Because it seems rather delayed. Which it shouldn't be. But it does seem rather delayed. That's like... Okay, well, I should have probably been counting. It was definitely more than like 8 seconds, though. That was like, what, 15? Why? Oh. Well, pay attention to the road then, idiot! What? I don't need Weeb the second. Do not text and drive. This counts, by the way, because you have to look down at the screen and type. Pay attention to the road. Mm-hmm. I was. Inside us. Oh, was driving. Got you. Got you. Okay. Fine. That's fair. Why is my door closing? Air pressure? Air pressure. Anyway, yeah, it's not the power supply. It's literally the wiring in the house that needs to be fixed and has needed to be fixed. Probably since we moved in. And it just never got done for some reason. It's not my house, not really up to me, so. Whatever. But yeah, until then, it's just a waste of parts to replace stuff, so. I'm stuck with it. Unfortunately. Alas. It is what it is. Yeah. Which reminds me, what did I decide to do for a video? I don't remember. I had an idea. And I was debating between doing, say, live commentary. Technically just recording it live and then talking over it in post. Which I think is most likely. Because I don't want to do all live commentary because I'm well aware that I'm too ADHD to do that. There would not be a coherent sentence. Everything would be everywhere. And I'd probably just play once, because we've seen that on stream. But I don't want to do, like, everything post, I guess? I don't really want to do purely educational either, as far as, like, teaching how to play the game, because that's just boring. I like storylines. Storylines are great. See, that would work, kind of, maybe. Except it's more like it's constantly not getting enough power once it like, starts actually asking for more, like when streaming and playing a game. But yeah, they're also not cheap. I don't know that it would be worth enough to invest in versus just saving for a new PC so I don't have to replace the motherboard because I never want to deal with this stupid air cooler again. Liquid cooler, whatever. Liquid cooler again, because that was painful. But I tell you that it took 4 hours to attach it properly. It's not because I was doing it incorrectly. It's because it's so horribly designed that it is just that time consuming because you have like zero wiggle room. And I couldn't do the easy way of doing it because the back plate on my motherboard is technically not attached by adhesive anymore. I think I mentioned before. So I can't attach the front part and have it screwed in without having it, be difficult leverage-wise, and then slot it in, because it would just push the back plate out and then it wouldn't have anything to screw into. Maybe some mild trauma from that. The point is, it'd be easier to save up, better to save up for a new PC and fixing the wires instead of trying to replace parts in this PC, which, yeah. Or at the very least, repair the wires, get all that fixed, and then buy the parts to have someone else install them, because I'm not doing that. I don't know. There's options. I get the feeling I'll be able to do that soon, but I don't know why. Because I don't know where that money's coming from for that. But, it ain't this so far. Good luck getting a new PC in this economy. Yeah, that's the other part of it. That's the other part of it. Thank you, AI. Mainly data centers. Lovely. Lovely, yeah. No conspiracy there at all that they just made those to bump up prices and make people pay more. Nope. They definitely really believe that AI is the best way to do things. It's not just a ploy. Yep. Don't worry. It's all good. For the record, I don't wear a tinfoil hat because it'd be really dumb. But yeah. Sam Pinkman, Freud, and Elon. Yeah. It's a great time. It's a great time. Ignore that anything that AI touches usually has to be redone because it's horrible. And it's only good for like reference work or to like get ideas, except you can't use generative AI because it just steals from stuff, because you need to build a, what's it called? A base, I guess, for it to frame everything off of and start from. Which, I mean, if you have a bunch of your own stuff, it could work, but most companies don't do that. So it just becomes theft, technically. Oh boy, don't even get me started on copyright, because oh my god, YouTube, please, 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 get work on this. The music industry's copyright system is just so archaic. But no, I think it makes sense. For instance, if yes, whatever, if you use like 30 seconds of a song and then it gets copyrighted, and then they get all of the funds from the, like, all of the income from the video because of a 30-second piece, or even a single song. YouTube systems don't make sense, and the current also their copyright system is really abusable because you can just falsely copyright strike people and claim stuff somehow, and you can only fight it if you give them your literally all of your information, when it should be on the person who's saying that, hey, I want to strike that, or like, that's my stuff. They should have to prove that it's their stuff. You shouldn't have to prove that it's your stuff. Far be it for me to make sense, I know, but whatever. No one ever accused YouTube of being smart. That's all I'm gonna say. Certainly not me. They. So yeah, you never answered. How's your day been going? Obviously, you're at a subway, or we're at a subway. If you're typing, you should still be at the subway. But, you know. I guess Subway does technically have gluten-free bread, but I don't know. Never huge on it. Wasn't really my thing. I prefer Chipotle. And Chipotle's good. It was. I haven't had Chipotle in a while either. Hmm. I haven't had much fast food actually recently, which is technically good. But the fact remains. What else? Because I could. Oh boy, could I continue on about YouTube's interesting decisions? You know, what was I talking? Oh, all right. I was talking about recording. I was talking about recording stuff and what I wanted to do with that. I do need to make more videos. And it's mostly trying to find a balance of making videos and streaming more often. Don't know quite what that's gonna look like, but I guess we'll see. Yeah. So I think record during, like, record the gameplay live, talk over it in post. I don't use my model for when I'm recording it live because limited phone battery. I don't want to drain that down to the point where it doesn't work. And I don't know, because I could either like yap about what's going on or yap about something else. I feel like talking about what's going on in the video makes a little more sense. Just a little bit. And also that it feels less like education, like less stuck in like being educational instead of entertaining, which is ultimately what I want to do. Right. Did I ever talk about that? Only a bit. Okay. Let's think about this so I can actually put it into words. Is that the realization of why I want to do stuff like, not quite machinima, but I want to do the 3D editing and whatnot, 3D animation and whatnot. And that's to do well, first off, I wanted to also need to start learning how to use Unreal 5 because I need to make, I think I came across the idea of like a valley that I want to have like 3 or so different biomes in to use for recording in 3D and stream. So I don't know how many I want per se, but I kind of want one that's more wintry, and then I want one that's more like Japanese spring with sakura blossoms and whatnot, because I like the color palette. But I I want to ultimately realize that I want to make either shorts, as in the cinematic term, not YouTube or whatnot, that inspire people and make them feel something the same way that a lot of my favorite scenes in movies or shows did for me. because I think that's just kind of the best part of it, I guess. Creatively. Because like you want to tell a good story, right? But you want to move people or inspire them or help them learn a lesson, teach them something. But because everyone's really a child at heart, you gotta phrase it differently. You can't just tell it to them, otherwise they just tune it out. But if you create Batman and you show what Batman does and how Batman handles stuff, then people go like, well, Batman's sick. I want to be like Batman. Hopefully manage to like breaking bones of people in back alleys and whatnot. Yeah, that I don't think I need to explain why that's not going to work out super well for anyone involved. But I want to do that because I want to make scenes that make people feel like I do when I think about my favorite moments in cinema. Which is going to involve some voice acting, which I kind of figured, but that's not how I thought exactly it was going to work, but I guess that makes sense. Which goes with my talents, I suppose, because I do like doing voice work as much as I kind of suck at getting one that I'm really comfortable at the moment. I'm like, but that's just because I have to figure out what the hell makes sense. Like, what do I like sounding like? What makes sense for me to sound like? What fits? What's me, basically? Yeah, fun having to work for that. Not at all weird or awkward. It's both weird and awkward. But point being, that is the end goal. Not the least of which, because I can't obviously record in 3D or stream in 3D at the moment. And I kind of really want, I guess, my own studio, technically. I want a like decently sized space to do actual 3D recordings, because trying to actually animate stuff in 3D with just like moving the models around with a mouse basically and moving the joints and stuff, that's that's so freaking tedious. It's just digital claymation at that point. I don't have the patience for that. I really, really, really don't have the patience for that. So yeah, no. So mocap, music, because I still want to do the music side of things too if I can. 3D animation, Unreal 5, because yeah. I'm gonna call with a friend. No worries. Oh, I'm just kind of talking to myself, per usual. This is the normal thing. Not even just on stream. But that's fine. It's okay to talk to yourself. The time that you need to start becoming concerned is when you start answering yourself. That's problematic. Okay. Thinking aloud, it's fine. Answering, like having an actual back and forth conversation with yourself, that's yeah, no. Don't seek help. A therapist would be a good place to start, because you're gonna need to like figure out why you're doing that. Not good signs usually. Or you could just be quirky. Who knows? But usually bad. Hmm. Oh god. We'll say that for later. But yeah, I remember something else. Anyway. probably said moderately correctly. Oh yeah, it's still there. Pick it up with that. Oh, I'm so very tired. Ooh, things being more difficult than they need to be. I also look forward to the point where I can find an editor. That'll make things go better. I don't anticipate that being anytime super soon. Because I've already laid out the other things that I need to pay for, so then it's good practice. So there's that too. Too many so's. You gotta keep an eye on that. I forget what they're talking. I'm trying to cut out the filler parts of language and whatnot when talking. Partially because it makes me feel really dumb and it sounds dumb, but also kind of, I guess brain training sort of works. It's like a brain exercise, because if you're going to keep it as one coherent stream, you need to know what you were going to say before you say it, technically, or at least get that brain elasticity up, I guess? I don't really know. 100%. That might be the right term. Neuroelasticity? Something like that. Something brain related. Yeah. Yes. No. Going to sleep late. No, not even 2. 3:30? And then like 4 something the day before? It's not great. Yes, trying to fix my sleep schedule has been a pain. So very much. And I have to figure out the stuff in the front yard, which means I need to remember to actually take my allergy medication so that I don't die. At least feel like dying. After I cut the grass, because it needs to be done. Yeah. Just plenty to deal with, really. Which is technically good. I like having things to deal with. As long as they're things that I can deal with. Solvable problems, if you will. The problem is when they have too many answers which could technically be true. That gets a little more complicated, and yeah. The point is, hopefully I forgot the type of video thing that I want to do soon, because I need to do that. It's not the only way to grow a YouTube channel, but it is more reliable than streaming. And I don't really want to go like using just Twitch. Doesn't seem great. I also kind of just, I kind of like having to make a thumbnail before streaming. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of nice. A little stressful sometimes because it's like, oh, but what's the right thing to do? Just do something. Is usually what it comes down to. A lot of times, obviously, I have an idea and I can work with that, but then it's my brain just doesn't want to shut up. They're like, oh, but is it good enough? What's the perfect one? Don't worry about perfect. Nothing is perfect. Nothing will ever be perfect. Just good enough. It's not settling, it's different than settling. But it's done well enough that refining it further would take more time and effort than it is worth in terms of what its return is. That I keep working on it. That is usually what good enough means in the context of like creating something or business, which is technically arguably creating something. So, you know, it's too easy to calibrate. Well, it's not perfect, so I can't release it. You'll just never release it if you're always trying to fix flaws. That's just how it is. Nothing's perfect. Everything has iterations. And that actually kind of works. Not in the same vein as nothing's true, everything's permitted. But it gets the point across, I think. Maybe in the most nerdy way possible, but whatever. I am what I am. I know. I'm aware. I have no shame about most things. I don't like being wrong, but that's about it. Losing me yawning the first time I was stretching. What the hell? Yeah. Meh. No for you. Because like it doesn't pretty good for a $25 model. But I can't stick up tongue. Which is unfortunate. It would be nice. But I just don't get to. So well, it is what it is. I work with what I've got. Kind of like my team. We lost this game, by the way. I lost that game. That game I lost. But to pull it back to the beginning of the stream, Locke is fun. I like Locke. I will play more Locke because he fits me. He is purely. I will snowball this game into oblivion and you will suffer. Very fun. That's it. Well, no, I still got pretty good value in team fights because you can just go for the squishies, try and land your ult on their entire backline, and then you can guaranteed kill one as long as you're not worthless. And then ideally your team finishes off the other and then they win the fight. That is just kind of how Locke functions. Because everyone focuses on the reset of his E, which is good, but I was watching Pekin play him, and as he pointed out, kind of like Katarina, once you get the kill, you need to like build in the muscle memory to use your E out of danger if you have to. And also get used to using it to because you can use it to dodge one ability, because the first part's a blink. So you can just dodge their ability and then dash in on them after you hit them with your nails. You get that proc. Use your ult at some point. It could be at the beginning, could be at the end. Literally up to you. And it's going to depend situation to situation. Yeah. But tying those two together until they release the new Deadlock update, I'm unlikely to play that a bunch. So, as this goes for YouTube VOD watchers, what would you want to see video-wise if I'm doing something where I'm recording it and then doing some post-commentary over it? Because we basically got the things that I can consistently do, League, because I play it all the time anyway. And maybe CS2. Maybe. So I guess more so, what would you want to see out of a League video, I guess? Because, like, inevitably I'm going to be talking about some of the things that I did right or wrong in it, because it's just my nature. I not even nitpick. I pick things apart to see how they work or why what happened. Which is easy for me, and then is not something that everyone does. It's weird to me, but you know. Because I don't want to do full... I can't do full commentary, so like when I'm playing it and recording it, it basically just me playing it. But I can either cut it down to make it a more entertaining thing, or keep it a little longer and have some post-commentary that's not just me adding text in it, calling myself stupid, basically, or interacting in a way. Because yeah, the one video that I had do well, weirdly enough, the last time I tried this, which was not on any of the channels that you'll find, because it's basically now my personal YouTube account, was... I think it had like 69,000 views. I know, nice. Which I still don't get, because it was on Battle Stations Midway, I think. And I had some like text commentary stuff in the beginning, and I don't think I ever really checked the viewer retention as far as like how long they watched. But there's something in the beginning, and then it's a long video because it was a full game of Battle Stations Midway, which, if you're not aware, is basically giant capture the flag, but you are using World War II vehicles. So ships and planes. Also submarines, but in a sea-going vessel. You capture islands by bombarding them and whatnot, and like escorting landing forces, blah blah blah. Very fun. Hopefully they do something like that in the future for some other game, because it'd be very, very nice to have that. But I do not know. I mean, part of it's that there's like no Battle Stations Midway content, right? Most of them that have even solid quality have a pretty large amount of views. But yeah. It's mostly just finding a medium between, okay, I'm not going to get bored or frustrated with this, and so I can complete it, versus I mean, I need to actually make the content, right? So I know that I'm not going to edit it a ton, and I probably never will, because I just don't have the patience for that. But I don't want to just do nothing, because I don't think that that is entertaining. I don't think that me just playing the game and putting up the entire game, I don't know why I thought there was something else I could use there, would be interesting. I don't think that it would be. At least not consistently. But I don't want to make like montages or anything. I mean, I kind of do, but also not really, because I don't want to deal with the music. Start getting some income out of it. I could maybe use live something. What is it? There's a company where you can license copyrighted music for like reasonable price. I think it starts with an L. Linked, maybe? Perhaps. But I mean, if you watch, I know Drewski's latest, Operator Drewski's latest video had a link in the description because he used one so you could use a How to Train Your Dragon song. And oh no, I suddenly can't remember his name. He does Arena Breakout Infinite videos. Like long, well edited and cinematic style ABI videos. Fair TX, right? Fair TX, that's who it is. So he also has that down there, although I don't think he did in his last one. So I think he just used Epidemic Sound music, which I would love to do, but yeah, you gotta pay for that. Makes sense, fair enough. But maybe then I'll dabble in like some montagey stuff, but I don't know. It's just getting, my style has always been more simplistic. Nothing flashy. Not simple basic, but just, I mean, I guess kind of the basics. But just using the basics in a way that you get the most out of them, not simply straightforward as most would think by rote sort of thing. With no creativity, because that's boring. And that is like the, I say likely, that is what I'm going to end up doing, but the question is how to do it and what that exactly looks like. That is the tricky part. Yeah, that's yeah. Easy to come up with ideas. Figuring out how to execute them, less so, less so. But getting there slowly but surely. So, yeah. What's that? Journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I'm several steps in, to be fair, but it's still true. It's just one step at a time. Maybe trip a couple of times, but that's life. That's anything where you're learning stuff. The important thing as far as content creation goes is not just rapidly changing things, because it doesn't seem to work, because especially on YouTube it takes longer and it rewards consistency more than it does finding the perfect thing, right? You could either chase trends and whatnot and do that and then try and find what the next big trend is or whatever and then ride that wave, but that's not reliable. Also, then you're not going to be doing the most important, at least in my opinion, part of YouTube, which is doing the things that you love and showing other people why they're so great. The point, no? You enjoy it, you like it, you want other people to see it, learn about it, and then maybe they'll also like it and share that. It's kind of the whole idea. I mean, yeah, earning a living doing what you like doing is great, but you should never do something that you're good at doing for free anyway. Yeah. You're gonna do it and get paid for it, and be weird to be upset about getting paid for it. I don't know. Mm. People are odd. That's, yeah, people are just odd. But not there yet. I got plenty of time. Okay, I have time. I am racing the ticking time bomb that is my PC, and when will it die? Great. I don't have enough stress in my life, surely. Really would be easier if I could just do React content, but I can't. I simply can't. Partially because I feel like you have to ask other people if you're going to use their video unless you're doing like a piece on it. Like the sort of thing Actman does sometimes. Basically a review. But when you're just watching it to react to it, you kind of have to. But it's not really my style, and wouldn't mesh with me anyway, so I just don't do that. So mostly figured out, but not fully figured out, is where I currently stand. Yeah. Yeah. It would be so much easier if I could just play games, but alas. It's also no way to read, like, I wouldn't want to read fanfiction. It's a lot of talking, and I'm aware that I've done nothing in the stream but talk. But it feels different. Maybe a good practice to do occasionally, but we get into the whole having talked to people again. Just need to ask to read their story on stream. And you kind of need to know what's in it so that you know, like, content-wise, it's okay to do. I tend to like darker stories anyway, so probably not. Nah. Not regularly. Regularly, at least. I don't think. Yeah. Not that I am monetized, but it sounds like a great way to get demonetized. And I need to check up and see if the stupid thing we're doing shorts or videos and streams on the same channel gets you less views still for no reason whatsoever other than the algorithm shitting itself. It's great, by the way. Because this channel is mostly made an idea of everything gaming, right? When I do get into the point where I'm creating short films, we'll call them, instead of just shorts, because that's been co-opted by YouTube for something else, that'll probably go up on the main channel. I'm not sure if I want to use the other channel I have sitting on the side for clips, which I guess I probably should. I'm a horrible judge about what a good clip is, though, because I have such high standards. But actually, I don't think you can clip my channel here yet. I think we tried that. It just doesn't work for some reason. Maybe it does now? Don't know. Feel free to experiment. But Yeah, especially, like, I can recognize a good moment of gameplay, right? What makes a good clip where it's just talking? I don't know. First off, I get self-conscious, so that's already makes it more difficult. And then I need to, like, quantify what a good clip is, because I'm not exactly Kumi. Okay. I'm not really controversial either. So, much as I'm putting more of an effort to, like, show myself personality-wise when streaming, instead of, like, the whole, like, oh, I know, be super family-friendly and, like, never swear or whatever. That's not me. So that doesn't work. I don't swear a lot because I don't like swearing, but I see them more as verbal condiments, I guess you could say, as opposed to something you should just never use ever. But they're meant for emphasis. If you use them just for emphasis instead of every other sentence, I think that's fine. Your mileage may vary, but you know what you're in for now, so... Yeah, I need to check on Path of Exiles too, I forgot about that. I have the game. Just, need to make sure it's not exploding CPUs anymore. Mine has enough problems. And then... decide whether burning a bit of my PC's lifespan on it is worth it. And that's the other thing that I hate about that whole situation. It's just, it feels like there's a lot of games that I just can't play because it just feels like a ticking timer, like I'm just draining sand out of an hourglass every time I do. Which just adds more stress and then less time for creating things because then I'm too stressed and not in the flow to create stuff. Which means that I don't have any way to fix it because I have no money. Yeah. Don't know. Don't know. At least I'm not boring. I got that going for me. I do need to get better about baiting people I'm talking to. I mean, about encouraging viewer engagement. Yeah, that. I know a lot of streamers do it by acting dumb. Call me prideful. I kind of am. I can't do that. I like figuring things out. I will ask first a lot of the time. Probably been up there long enough, actually. I also need to get a new mouse, so you can see the... It's doing great. Doing great. But... Where was I? Right, prideful. So I can't fake that. And also like figuring things out. I like solving things. Not enough to do Sudoku on stream, I can't, okay? I'm not that desperate. But... There's also not really any games, even if I didn't, could do that encompass the whole problem solving thing. I don't know. It's quite annoying, though. Short of making my own game, which I'm not going to do. Yeah, at least. Not for that. I don't have any way to do that or do anything with it. So I'm just kind of stuck figuring out what to do. Where League? I figured it was up there for long enough. It was probably scaring some people away. Or giving an idea that I was playing a game that I can't even play on stream because I can't do it with my model because it lags. Yes, League of Legends. I lose frame rate if I use my model while streaming. Or even just stream, I think. Maybe I can just stream it, but I like having the model. I don't know. And that gets into the whole slowly killing my PC thing by doing that. So, in interest of not feeding my paranoia, just not doing that for the moment. Maybe it would be fine, maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. All I can do is follow my intuition. So that's what I'm doing. What have I covered? We ranted about League. I talked about what I want to do, the things that I want to do in the future, and what type of videos that I'm probably going to end up doing. Yeah. The hell now? AMD or Intel? I have AMD. It's using A4 socket? I don't know, I want to say M4. It's not a rifle. Yeah, so A4 socket. The Tomahawk B450 Max, I think it is. We could just have. It doesn't solve the issue though. At least not long term. I think how long has it started dying? Like a few months into streaming. It was fine for before that. I don't know when the motherboard started dying. It still wouldn't be worth messing with the air cooler though. Is there zero use for it? The thing is, what do I have attached to mine? I have a graphics card. I have the M.2, I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, okay. I have the M.2. I have two, what are they, 200 or 240 fans in the front? I don't remember. They're large. And then technically 2 more fans and the pump from the liquid cooler for the CPU, and the one in the back. And HDD and SSD. Right. Okay. So that's 2 SATA. 3? SATA? 2 SATA. Did I get another one? I don't think so. This. Oh, well, I need to go through and clean out some footage because my D drive is now getting full. That's the HDD. So yeah. So the SATA? No, the M.2 and 2 SATA. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I'll think about it. Not that I'm overly prideful or anything. or shy or don't like just getting things instead of working for it. But you know, I have somewhat begrudgingly learned sometimes I have to. So we'll see. We'll see. I appreciate the offer, regardless. Oh. You're my friend. You're my friend as well. But yeah, I mean, you can have some Joker if the effort gets out of work again. So yeah, that's kind of always been a thing. I just suck at accepting praise or gifts. Yeah. We can just put that under Kitsune lore. Okay, like it's just a fox thing. And it is what it is. I don't know. Reciprocation I prefer. But don't have anything to reciprocate. So. Yeah. And yet without gifts I would have none of this, so it is what it is. Like, you know. Easy for you to say. Yeah, you're biased in the situation, buddy. Yeah. Anyway. I say anyway. I have no other topic to talk about. I haven't even been keeping up with the World Cup. Not even slightly. Weird. Yeah, actually no. I think I've only seen like a highlight show up for them once or twice since it started. So even YouTube thinks that I don't want to see the world, or don't care that much about the World Cup. Mexico up 3-0, 6 goals. Zero made on them? Damn. Alright, Mexico. Alright, I see you. Not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna jinx anything. I could. It would be really funny. It'd be really funny. But you know, one of 7 teams to ever do it in the history of FIFA. A very low number. Considering FIFA has a long history of many things. But yeah. Damn. No, that's how. I guess it's 3 games? But I mean, when you're talking about like teams made of the best that a country can offer, that's good. Ochoa. I forget what position Ochoa played. I want to say goalkeeper. I could be wrong there. Legacy patch, don't know what that is, but it sounds important. Last game ever after FIFA tried to deny him. But why would they try and deny him? Also, is that like during this World Cup or previous to it? As a goalkeeper. Was it like, okay, there's like passing, there's passing. Was it like medium? I'd assume it was probably like a long kick out or like, because I could see him like kicking it over the top someone chasing it down, and then passing it off to someone else, and then they score. It's pretty comical. Well, it's not super common. Namely the part where the other team knows you want to do that, and it's the, I don't know if you know this, but everyone in the field can see the ball, so they can see that you're doing that, and they just have to play good defense. But, you know, end of a long game, that is the sort of time where it would happen. Let it be known, running back and forth across a field for 90 plus minutes is rather tiring. Can confirm. He played in 5 FIFA events to get your legacy patch. He's been in 6, but he didn't start in 1, and then he didn't get any minutes in another. Oh. So technicalities, I see. Classic. FIFA does love their technicalities. As much as they love... Look, I'm not as much of a VAR hater as a lot of people are, but I do get that it's misused a lot because you're trying to balance the pace and flow of the game, but also getting the call right. And it's technically, as far as these things go, new technology. So they don't really know how to use it yet. So growing pains is my point, but I think ultimately it's good. They just gotta figure out some more regulations on not taking forever to like nitpick a call. If you can't see, like, maybe more so for like a red card or something, but if it's like for offsides, if you can't tell immediately that it's offsides or that they weren't offsides or whatever, just keep things moving. Yeah. They recognized him as the GOAT and gave it to him. Nice. Because yeah, that's 5 FIFA events, which for NA is basically just World Cups, I think. That's a lot. That's a lot. How often did they do the World Cup again? I was gonna say 4 years, but that's the Olympics now. So I don't think it's 4 years. It might be 2? 2? I don't think it's every year, surely. Right? 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 It's not every year? I'm not stupid, right? Please? Help. Delay? 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 Why? Every 4. Okay. Maybe I should put it on, like, hyper low latency mode, because what the hell, YouTube? What are you rendering that it takes 12 to 15 seconds? Mariana is 40 years old, but doing it for 26 years. God damn. God damn. Okay. You know, sometimes you think you've accomplished things. I haven't. And then you realize, oh, okay, well that's fine. I'm not apologizing, YouTube. I stand by what I said. But yeah, that's so he's been to 5. Well, he's been to 6. And they're every 4 years. And it's the best of the best. So for all of that time, he was considered one of the best in his country. That's really impressive. Speed demon in Poland always delivers. Big game player. You love to see it. You love to see it. That's all. Mm-hmm. I mean, relatable, obviously. I just, you know, some would say consistency, but like, what kind of consistency? Consistently performing in big games is good. I don't know. Why? Don't be weird. Don't be weird. Yeah, I don't know as much about soccer as hockey, but I do like it. Enough to resent what EA did with FIFA come EA Sports. No, EAFC? What the hell are they calling it now? I don't care. I don't care what they're calling their game. Ugh, EA needs to just perish. EA needs to perish as a company, and then other people can just get their IPs, and all of the talented people that they drain of every ounce of enthusiasm and creativity can go back to actually enjoying what they do. Lee. Ironic that he didn't get his patch. Like, for 2016's. Gonna be stand out for a country. Only Messi and Ronaldo have been to FIFA. So yeah. Yeah. Which puts him in a good company. If nothing else. But that's all you need to play. I don't know. Like, you kind of see from like you can kind of sort of see the angle there, but then like also he's been there 6 times. You've been there 5 times. And you played for the other ones. And you performed well. You kind of like, you know, just I'm just saying. I feel like that should count. But no, FIFA does love their technicalities. And preciseness. And money. Don't forget money. They love their money. Didn't start for one of those. Don't tell me that it was also he didn't start because he was like recovering from an injury or something and couldn't play the whole game. Oh, that would just be the cherry on top, FIFA. Oh boy. I do miss having a sports game to play though. We played at 5 and 1 to 6. On one hand, yeah, those are the rules. On the other hand, anyway. Don't know why I didn't play in one. It's probably on the internet somewhere. But I'm not gonna go digging for it. I did see Chapo wanted oh god, what is that new soccer game? I don't remember. Re-something? Re-something. Which I kind of also, I don't have money to put in, obviously, because I still haven't been able to put the money in my account. And yeah. Old people giving cash, I swear. And not old enough to just give a check, which I could deposit from home. It's easier because I don't have a major bank. It's a credit union, and then it's like you have to find one that's connected, but then they don't, and you couldn't go inside to do it because they're stupid. And there's whatever. What's sports ball, ass nerd? Yeah. I never was. I have quite literally been involved with sports since I was like 3? I started skating when I was 3 years old. Let's just put it that way. So, yeah. Less so recently though, because that involves leaving the house and trans image issue things. But yeah. I'm not gonna decide for you because of Smash Bros. Go watch basketball. Ew. Soccer with friends. Valid. Seattle's. What the hell is the Seattle Supersonic? Also root for the Kraken or something. I don't know. Basketball. God, I can never get interested in it. It is like one of the few sports that I just despise. I can't. I hate it. No. No. It's just. It's so boring. You're just running a ball back and forth across the field with nothing changing. You just. It's oversaturation of goals, okay? It's oversaturation of goals. I don't know who the Supersonics are. It's probably baseball, because I don't follow baseball or football. Which is so funny. But soccer isn't actually a thing that originated with the US. The British started it, but then the US started calling it soccer. They're like, actually, fuck you. We don't like that, so we're gonna call it football. Cry. And now everyone goes like, oh, you can call it soccer. Oh, it's incorrect. It's football. It's like, no, it's actually just soccer. Cry about it, nerds. Yeah, basketball? only like half. Only half. Okay. Why, you ask, does my model not have any melanin? One, I just kind of like the aesthetic, also winter, also because it's a pre-made model and I can't get the amount that I'd like. So it'd just be too much, and then that's also not me. I'm not that dark skinned. It's more like I mean, my grandma put it was like perfect for Thai soap operas, which is to say not really pale, but you know, I wouldn't say caramel. A lot of people would say caramel, but not really. I don't know. Supersonics or basketball? Oh well, even more so. I don't follow basketball at all. I don't care about it. Never will. Probably. Now that I said that, I've just jinxed myself, but whatever. I've seen you, Base. I'm aware you are dark. I am just not that dark. Especially anything outside of my arms and face, for sun-related reasons. I can't be bothered trying to think of what the color is. Because I pick hair out with myself because I'm just shedding, I guess. Really cute. Mocha, maybe? Kind of. But yeah, that kind of works. I think it's a little more yellow-ish than mocha because Asian ancestry, but you know. So it's kind of funny because my grandma is darker than I am in terms of skin color. And she is full-time. So maybe that's it. Who knows? But it's neither here nor there. Is that how you know? Alright. Oh, no, I almost had the name. I'm looking it up. I don't care. 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 Do I have that wish listed actually? I might. Oh god. I'm so looking forward to that War of the Worlds game. They still haven't said when it's going to be released. Oh my god. I want to be a tripod walker and terrorize people. It'll be fun. Still can't get Forza Horizon 6. It's not even on sale anyway. Falling Frontier is not out yet. Wind Rose, which I've heard is really good. Haven't got it yet. Well, partially right. The name of what? The soccer game. Rematch. It's a rematch, which is unfortunately on sale for 50% right now. I can't buy it because money not in. I'm staring at the pile of cash on my desk. Very frustrating. But I'm also not gonna walk around, especially in summer, because I don't have a car at the moment that functions, to find this is probably more ADHD, to then find out that it doesn't work because they won't take it, or just some stupid credit union BSery, because in the Century Credit Union, because my mom works there, they have their own credit union. So then it's technically not even like a local credit union. So it has to work off of them having relations. Sounds weird, but a business relationship with the ones who I can find locally to then turn in cash and then have it in my account so I can buy a new mouse. But yeah, I did see that Champa wanted a rematch, and I think it was, no, it looked like it was back to mostly positive. Where does she work there? It's an insurance company, okay? No, it's an insurance company that is based in Wyoming. No, Wisconsin. It's based in Wisconsin. For some reason, they have their home office in Wisconsin, where they keep pestering everyone to move to. If you aren't aware, there's nothing in Wisconsin. Literally, there is nothing in Wisconsin. Unless you like hiking, and have fun. But usually what I do is I'd give it to her, and she put it in her account, and then just send it to me. But yeah. Whatever, she just wanted to do that. Which, whatever. But the fact remains that I can't get it into my account, so I can't take advantage of the summer sale, which is sad. But whatever, I'd buy the game full price anyway. It's worth it. I will maybe eventually get Rematch once they've got their stuff figured out. Maybe I'd do content on that? I don't know. I'd probably eventually doing something sports related. But yeah, the point is that she works from home because it's insurance work. She doesn't actually go to any office because they don't have one nearby. And soon no one will have offices nearby because everything will be online for work, except for the stuff they can't, like banks, probably. Oh wait, they're just gonna put a microchip under your skin and then it's all digital, right? Haha, sorry, I forgot. Or phone. This is Apple Pay. Yeah. That could never backfire, by the way, don't worry about it. It's fine. Nope. Nope, nope. I love being remote. Look, on one hand, is not socializing with everyone not really great, like socializing in person? Yeah, you should do it. You should. It's good for human mental psyche group reasons. I have autism and ADHD. I don't really do that sort of thing unless it's for a purpose, like playing sports, which is the only time that I did do it. So I'm totally behind this whole thing. And then you could just go out and like interact with stuff. Recreationally. There's the word. Recreationally. Did one day work this week, then it was a Thursday? Okay, well... Let's leave tonight to 3 days. That is the reason why it is taking so long for the remote thing to take off. It is an entirely different way of a set of requirements in terms of you need to be more diligent on your own terms to do the work. Because a lot of people, like when they're in the office, they slack off, right? Even a little bit. But they're in the office, so they can't really do anything else, so they do the work. So they might have to do some crunch, but it'd be less than when they're at home with the plentiful distractions. Like CS2. Yeah, didn't forget that. Didn't forget that. And so, especially if you maybe happen to have ADHD, well, you know, I mean, some things fall to the wayside and then you don't. Also talking about myself with making videos, which I need to do more often. Speaking of Phase, what do you want to see in videos if it was like League or something, right? Because like it's probably going to be League because it's like one of the few things that I play all the time consistently and keep coming back to. And Deadlock has pissed me off lately, so it's probably not going to be Deadlock until they make the new patch, and it better be good, but there's still no character I really like. So there's like a non-zero chance I become known as the Lock Nefiri RA VTuber. But it's like between recording it live, but not really putting a focus on doing commentary, but just I talk anyway. Like, let's be honest, there'll be something. And then editing that down and or doing post commentary on it, which I need to remember to check in DaVinci Resolve for the settings that I used for the masking so that it didn't show the stupid freaking line at the edge of the screen for when I record it, but because okay. What is technically behind me is this. It's this. This is the background for like green screen purposes because I don't like the green because it doesn't really go with my whole color scheme. This sure this being more stereotypically feminine also helps, but yeah. So that's that. That's a thing. But since technically you're recording, like when trying to record my model and the footage at the same time, it's technically, I forget what resolution. It's a weird resolution that's really wide so that it's a scene with the gameplay or video that I'm talking about and then my model. And then I have to take it into DaVinci Resolve and like scooch it over to the left or right. But it still has like a pink outline or whatever color line, honestly, at the edge. So I'm just gonna go. Well, okay, if you look really closely at the edges of my jacket, it's pink. Because it actually just doesn't entirely get rid of the color, no matter what it is. So there's a little tiny line. And that's why. Should it be like this size, or should it be like this size? I don't know. I feel like this I get to show more of my body. This is like awkward. Yeah, okay, that's just I'm just boobs then. And I know that a lot of men would prefer if women were like that, but personally. I like that even? It might have been like that. I look really tiny then. That's one of your layer chroma keys. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, because what I use is in DaVinci Resolve, it just has a 3D keyer. Really simple. Actually, I just think I realized why it was in the why it was having issues on the last one that I made. I forgot the thing where you're supposed to like mark the section that has the color that you're wanting to get rid of. I didn't do that. It still worked, but didn't do that. Oops. Built-in chroma key thing in OBS. Yeah, but see, like OBS, it doesn't really have any issues. I'm kind of okay with having the little pink line around the edges in OBS. But no, it's when doing it in DaVinci Resolve, it's less good than the OBS one, annoyingly. For whatever reason. And no, I can't just have it chroma keyed in OBS because I want to be able to move my model around. And if you chroma key it so that it is an alpha layer, which doesn't work for whatever reason, it just is black. Which, I don't know if you've noticed, but my color scheme kind of causes some problems where my jacket then disappears. Not in a fun way either. Okay, you don't see anything. It's just literally there's nothing there. So that is part of why I haven't done videos as much, because it just gets really frustrating trying to get that to fix. But then also it's like, oh, you have the free version of DaVinci Resolve, so it's just less good. Like, I can't even use my literally 16 gigabytes of VRAM graphics card to render stuff because they're stupid and they hide that behind a paywall that's $200 plus. Chroma keyed in OBS so you get a transparent background. What? What? Am I missing something? Pretty sure I'm not. Oh, can't do that. Would that work? No. Maybe. Maybe it would work. I can use the one through. Okay, because it goes through YouTube Studio and then it becomes like a black background. So I'd need to grab the color, do that, blah blah blah. Okay, that might work. It's actually kind of funny. Anyway, back to this. I can futz with that later. Okay, because what I was doing is it technically gets chroma keyed, or like it makes the alpha layer and whatnot, from VTube Studio into OBS through Spout 2D, I think? Or something like that. But then when it's recorded, it would just be a black background. So I wonder if that would make a difference. I'll have to mess with that. Because when I tried looking it up, there was like nothing. But mayhaps. Mayhaps. They're transparent. That would save me a lot of time. That would indeed save me a lot of time. And it would be better quality. So I'm gonna say that it probably works. And merci. But I'm gonna have to try it and hope that my luck doesn't shoot me in the foot and the kneecap at the same time, somehow. Optimistic. But yeah, back to League. I'm leaning more towards the first, even though I don't want to do a ton of editing because I know myself, ADHD, I can't. But yeah, appreciate it. Well, it's not even really a processing power thing. Like processing power wise, it's whatever. It's just trying to get it. It's getting it into DaVinci Resolve, so the editing software, and then having to futz around with their less than ideal chroma key situation that I have to deal with because I don't have the paid version. Or thousands of hours editing stuff and the patience of a god without ADHD. But you know. Fox girls make do. I've made do for a lot. This should make it better though. Which means I might make more videos that feel less stilted and forced. So that's that. Because I think I am leaning more towards like a... I really do wish that it was easier to input text, but is what it is. I'm gonna have to figure that out. How much I want to do with it, because it's just really tedious. Because another thing that they hide behind the paywall is being able to actually just preview the video portion on another monitor, which would save me a lot of space for the timeline so that I could see what's going on and better manipulate it. No, it has to be tiny because I can't see the video in the preview on another screen because it's... Man, whatever happened to just making a good product, and if it's free, you're like, hey, donate if you like it. And people do it because they like it and it's good. No, we have to just nickel and dime you and like take away all of the good features. Yeah, I love late stage capitalism. Great. Screw socialism. That doesn't work. Communism, at least. Neither of the extremes work, but we haven't quite gotten around to mixing things up. You know, mashing them together, getting the best of both. Saying. AKA screw the entire situation with the American healthcare system and all of that. But yeah. And mega corporations. Yeah, those two. It's yeah. But that's an entirely different rant. And oh boy, politics. That reminds me again. Random question. Did you know that there's currently a war in Sudan that has been ongoing for the past 3 years? Because the first I heard of it was 2 days ago on a 6-month-old YouTube video. There's a lot of reasons for that, by the way. There's a lot of reasons for that. Have you heard of it? Yeah. So, despite the trigger warning, I suppose, for the... As I said in my tweet, which somewhat unsurprisingly didn't get a ton of reaction. Wow, what a surprise. I've never talked about anything political when I post that. Hey, it's just something I felt like I had to do. Watch the, you know, I'm just gonna drop a link to the video, because I can do that. But, I just did the thing I didn't want to do. That's still going, right? It's... Stream is still going? Yeah, okay, cool. Whoops. I meant to do that in another tab. I need to not do two things at once. Okay, think. Trigger warning for everything you'd expect from a war that is racially and somewhat religiously motivated. Also genocide. But the video that I watched, which was from 6 months ago, which is this one, I believe. Is that gonna work? I don't think that works. Why can't I just copy the text of that and then have that? Oh, on Twitter? Oh, you want to answer? Oh, now you... Whatever. There you go. There's that, which is the video. They just captured a large city and systematically went from house to house, killing basically everybody. And yet no one heard of it. That didn't make the news, really. And now they're gearing up for a second go of that on a different, I think it was a city, but also there's a refugee camp around it. Yeah, super warm and fuzzy feelings. But the video goes into way more depth than I could. But it's just like, okay, why haven't we seen this? Well, you'll never guess who has how do I say this? Connections and a vested self-interest in the side who's committing said atrocities. You'll never guess who's essentially bankrolling them in terms of giving them a bunch of weapons and stuff. I'll give you a sec. Give you one clue. Oh, you not even a clue. Wait, waiting. Wait over like 10 seconds. Yeah. UAE, United Arab Emirates. Because they want the gold that they are then getting from them for the weapons. We need 15 more seconds. Unfortunate. No, it is not. They are getting a bunch of weapons. The video goes in detail from the United Arab Emirates. And for a lot of reasons, but like one of the few things Trump has done, which is getting, I forget, what was the name of the pact or whatever, getting people in the Middle East to recognize Israel as a country, which is good for like ending the whole war thing, and like, they can stop doing all of the shit that's going on over there. Whatever side you are on doesn't really matter. A lot of people dying, not great. So that would help that. But then also, how much, I forget how much they're investing in the US in terms of like, cringe, some AI stuff and data centers, but also public transport and energy. It was at least millions, maybe billion or something, or more. So it becomes a really, really, really annoying political mess where they basically just have to say, okay, actually, can you stop doing that? And then I guess hope that it doesn't topple all of those dominoes with all of the stuff that's attached to the UAE because of all of the power they have, because oil, even if they're trying to apparently switch over toward gold, that they're just producing gold crafts now, kind of, on top of the oil. Oh, politics. It all comes down to politics. It's always politics. And people aren't really good these days about just talking about politics. It's always, oh, you don't agree with me. Well, you're the devil. You're Satan. It's like, really? Like, forget even just like compromise. Just what about just listening and not saying that, oh, because you don't agree with me on this one thing, which isn't that pedophiles are bad, because they are. You know, we have slightly different political opinions. Maybe you're not a monstrous entity who I need to send death threats to? It's a thought. Every other political. Well, it's partially oil, but it is like this whole like Middle East recognizing Israel as a country and them not bombing each other to hell and back. Which I have not even looked into the BS that Israel did, but like, yeah. Nobody is covered. Nobody is smelling of roses coming out of that, let's just put it that way. Very depressing. And Putin's 3-day military exercise is still going on in Ukraine, of course. That's a thing. Yep. 5 years later, almost? The war in Ukraine has almost lasted as long as World War II. Think about that. Think about that. It's like almost 5 years. 5 years. What do you mean? British political issues could be discussed nowadays. Every once in a while I see a tweet that has a nuanced take and the replies are just garbage. Yeah. Yeah, it's just... Part of it is the whole everyone feels like a giga chat online and no one can touch them. And they lose track of the fact that the people on the other side of the screen who are replying to them, probably, maybe, I don't think the internet's dead yet, are people. And also news outlets and social media and political extremists on both sides just like vilifying the other side and like getting people to vilify the other side because it makes them listen to them more. So it all comes down to power. And, oh boy. That is going to be a pendulum swing when it happens, but, you know. It ain't happened yet. We're still waiting. Oh boy. But, you know, it's like, it's funny. But if you look at League of Legends, and you take the average gaming of League of Legends, the people who the second they're not the main character and things aren't going their way, instantly start spamming FF mode and like slurring, or less slurring because they'll get banned usually by the Vanguard. Or just flaming their teammates nonstop to get them to like throw the game. Those are the same people who are probably on Reddit and Twitter doing that stuff. And it sucks because most people don't think that's okay. I think it was like 2 out of every 3 Americans or whatever don't think that political violence and committing political violence because of politics like that against people is okay. But the vocal minority is the 1 in 3. And so that's what you want to see. So the tricky part is because I know I've done this where it's like I could try and like argue with them, but one, these people don't follow logic, so trying to argue with them is like banging your head against a wall. But also then all of their little buddies are going to just pile on top of you and just spam messages. Not great content, which will wear on anybody. Then you find yourself just not saying anything, but then like the only fix is to normalize calling them idiots and saying stuff. You know, like somewhat. What's it called? Politically. Not like to sort them out or anything, but just, you know, just call them out. Which, easier said than done. Heck, I don't even comment on most people's Twitch channels and chats. Which I do, which I could multi-stream, but I think I covered the whole CPU thing. Can't do that. So, just a really fun situation, which is why I usually don't do anything with politics on stream, because it's just so tiring. It's not why I want to do this stuff. Do I have thoughts on it? Yeah. Do I have thoughts that are probably thought-provoking on it? I'm like, yeah, but it's just so draining to deal with all of that BS. Try and keep things fun, but sometimes you have to. Another point was like, you just don't engage in politics online at all. Yeah, it's a really interesting dichotomy. They're super important, but you can't discuss it because people don't want to discuss, which reminds me of one of the most, God, the infuriating thing I see, which is like, Reddit is a great idea. Building communities, right? It's great, but it's just, it becomes a sounding chamber because you don't listen to anyone who says something different gets shouted out and they get removed. And then you see like advertisements on YouTube where people are like, the browser, the search engine for insert X political view, like here, so like conservatives or liberals, and it's like, what do you mean? So it's just like the most extreme sounding chamber you could ever have. You'll literally never see anyone else's opinions. Only things that affirm your own. How is that good? Who saw that and thought that's a good idea? Like, what? Not changing your mind? You're not changing mind? Just happens to not say slurs. Pretty much. Like, ugh. Yeah. Crowder. That guy. At least put on the appearance of, like, attempting, but, like, he did kind of choose people who wouldn't really be able to argue with him. No, debate with him. That's the difference. Debating versus arguing. And I love debating. Oh, go. I know. Surprise! Fox loves debating. It's great. I can play devil's advocate for anything. I can do that. It's fun. But people just get too invested. Like, it's important, and it's important to them, but they lose sight of the fact that A, it's also important to other people, but B, it's okay to be wrong about some things. Like, you just might have lacked information on certain stuff. That's fine. You don't have to change your opinion, but you should at least always be willing to hear someone out, and if it makes sense, why cling to something that doesn't? I don't know. Unironically, I got to the point where I was like, yeah, we're just ignoring reality and trying to, yeah. I do think he didn't used to be as bad, but definitely not great. And then just, recently realized I had to stop watching Grand Thumb because stupid transphobic joke he made during Pride Month in his video. So I guess like know where he leans now. Which sucks. It's like, why is like so many of the gun community is just horribly bigoted? I don't get it. But whatever. It is what it is. I'm just trying to upgrade and create it in fun. Yeah. Yeah. It's great. I love the part of society where everyone's just looking to find something to get upset over. It's great. I love that. Not at all stressful. But hey, at least if World War III happens, we won't have very long to worry about it. Be rather quick. Oh. Yeah. It's not hard to accept that people can do their own thing. Yeah. Gun tubers that weren't such a-holes. Yeah. Oh god. Was it Demolition Ranch? I think it's Demolition Ranch. I don't think there was anything that he did wrong. I mean, he's kind of an idiot sometimes, but he very least seemed like a good guy, but then he obviously stopped making those because he made so much money. And also YouTube kept making it difficult to do gun videos and stuff on YouTube. Oh god. Also hi. But you don't get me started on the amount of bullshit that YouTube effectively censors by demonetizing the video of stuff of a historical nature. Like anything involving World War II or modern events, you are basically guaranteed to not earn anything off of, which I don't think I need to explain how that's basically just censorship with extra steps, because then people aren't incentivized to make the videos, and so people don't see them and such. It's just not great. Send a wedding because you're Christian, and like I must send me a wedding gift and wish him the best. I still don't know where that came from on the whole Christian thing, but that's I don't even really have a religion, so I don't care. What did I'm like, what? It's not by it. What is it? Not Debbie. I forget. Some on me? It's like, whatever. I basically don't do anything relationship-wise. I don't care. I guess mostly prefer women, but that's just an aesthetic thing. Also drama. But, you know. Like, I don't know, at some point people just kind of forgot that they don't need to hate people for things that they don't like, that don't really impact them at all. Like, you don't need to watch gay porn or anything, but there's a bit of a large space between doing that and, you know, legitimately hating them for existing as themselves. It's okay to have the middle ground. Oh, I don't know. People like their extremes. They just, I don't know. It's funny though, because like centrists and whatnot, they'll be like called some king named Charles. It just really is. It's a pretty good name too. But yeah, people love something to blame all their problems on and not think of life as complex. Yes. Yes, they do. They don't like taking responsibility, and they don't like. Shoot, what was I had a point. I forgot. I forgot what I was gonna say. People don't like being responsible, and they don't like things that make them uncomfortable, even if that thing doesn't hurt them. But that's kind of a humanity psychology thing, because the unknown and whatnot, but also just society and dated opinions, depending on what you're talking about. But yeah, it never, like, okay. I don't like being wrong, but I will at least admit when I'm wrong and apologize if I'm, you know, provably wrong. It's a little wishy-washy, like, it gets complicated when opinions come into things, because you can have different views and stuff, like liking oranges or pineapples on pizza. But, you know, it doesn't have to be taken to the extreme every time. Oh, that's what it is. People like their extremes. For whatever reason. Even though, as I've said multiple times, literally the only bad thing for a lot of stuff in life is when you take it to an extreme. Like politics, you're left to right or whatever. It's fine, but the extremes is where the bad stuff lies, like communism and fascism. I think I did that the right way. Was that this is because this is technically my left, but I have to like lean right. And I'm looking at you, and that would make that my left. So we'll just say that's my left, and that's the right. But like, you get the idea. We love having some related enemies, so it's easy to conflate. Bring up big words. Personal views into justification to hate others. Yes, it's very annoying, but it happens. People shouldn't be forced to accept something because that's words. People shouldn't be forced to accept something because that's their freedom. But people do need to socially ostracize and rightfully criticize. What do you mean by that? I see what you mean if they like take things too extreme and are like doing stuff that's bad, which that's a little slippery slopey. But like you can't make someone like something they don't like. It's fine. But like I guess a working example from this of history would be like, say like Japan or something, where a bunch of missionaries go over and they preach the idea of Christianity or Catholicism, I forget which one, to them. That's fine. It's a new idea to them, right? But if they don't like it, it's like, then it's not okay to force. You can't force someone to like something they don't like. But, no, I mean, there's the flip side that I can't think of the... why am I blanking on this? What's the reverse of that? There's a reverse side to it, because it's a two-sided thing, but you get the idea. Yeah. Part of it, I'm sure, is not helped by technology and a lot of parents going like, aha, here's my parenting iPad. Enjoy. Yeah, it's not great. Slightly afraid just got off work. I've been talking for 2 hours and 20 minutes, so I'm also slightly fried. Also, I didn't drink enough water. Also anxiety, but you know, that's just a normal thing. For me. It's always such a catch-22 though. Like, Mark Twain was criticized for being too liberal at the time, and now he's seen as a raging racist, so like, yeah. Yeah, that's where logic comes in, I think. But, because like, opinion. It's an opinion. But like, okay, for instance, slavery, right? We obviously abolished that because it's not good. But there was a time when it was accepted and seen as normal. Times change. What's accepted versus what's not accepted also changes with that, but it just gets complicated because you can't always look to society and what society says is okay, because sometimes it's just things that have been normalized. Like Mark Twain being criticized as too liberal while also being a raging racist by modern standards. I tend to do things on a basis of what I will regret most not doing. You shouldn't be a dick to people just because you can be a dick, but there's also being too understanding and soft on people. Like the concept of Little League Baseball where there's no loser and everyone tied. Not even, you can't even both win. You just draw. That's a draw, by the way. Sometimes you lose in life. It's just a thing that happens. Does that suck? Yes. More than my fair share of that has been felt. But there's probably an entire generation who grew up in the young years not really knowing life, which sounds ideal, but it's not realistic. Because like you're not going to get every job you want. You're not going to win every award you want. You're not going to win every game that you play. You gotta learn to realize that that's just life. You win some, you lose some. All you can do is try and not lose the next time and improve. Improvement. I know, self-improvement. Big thoughts here. I have to take into account the cultural differences of the times when we're talking about people from another time. It wasn't just lost because it was economical with the British. Forced it to be banned in other countries because they hated it. It was, I mean, okay, part of it is, like, I don't know so much about the British part. Funnily enough, they abolished slavery first. They also started it, technically. As far as the more modern civilizations go, obviously they did start it. It's been around for a long time. I mean, you had the Vikings with their thralls and whatnot, right? But in the US, at least, there might have been some part of it that's motivated by money, because what isn't? But also, it only really changed because a bunch of people came together and agreed that it was wrong and then fought for it, which was the North. Point of order, they also then still, as a society, mistreated the former slaves afterwards. Even though they were free, they still something lesser, so baby steps, I guess. But, you know, society doesn't really do big sweeping changes suddenly. The human condition thing. Not just economical. It's depressing if only look at society cynically. It's a part, like anything will change in terms of the, what's it called? The proportion of which thing makes it up that made the most of it, or filled the largest portion of it. So nothing is usually going to be because of one thing, just one motivation. There's usually others, and then like maybe it was started by someone who, like, economically, like they were just, I don't know, maybe someone on a slave plantation got one over on them. Maybe they just hated them for other business reasons and they just wanted to see them fail. They come up with, what if slavery didn't exist? And they go to someone else who maybe they have the same views as them in terms of a business side of thing, or maybe they have it from a more emotional side, like, well, yeah, maybe it isn't right that we just have people who don't get paid and get treated horribly just for existing with a different skin color. And it goes on and on and on and on until some proportion of mix of those two ideas or even more ideas come together, and then they only you get the Civil War, and then when the North wins, there's no more slavery. It's not purely emotional and like empathic, but it's not part of it. I feel like I decided to hop in and lurk at a point with no context. Yes, welcome to the rare political discussion. Because I usually try and avoid it, but turns out we run out of things to talk about when you can't play games. We'll see how often this pops up. Also, it's just the whole Sudan thing that has been on my mind lately, because that's a thing. Yeah. You randomly often do? Yes. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Pretty sure are new. So welcome to first stream. Who you've been here for. Which has been, I guess, philosophical. Philosophical works. By your recommendation, Hikari. I mean, I barely know who I am sometimes, so that's fair. Like supporting smaller content creators? Yeah. Obviously benefits me in this case, but yeah. There is a tendency on YouTube to go more towards larger creators, which I kind of get, because they're proven. But the algorithm also sends people there more often. It's doing better over the past 2 years in terms of offering up opportunities, but I mean, at the end of the day, you have to make good content to get noticed. It's just that also people see large number on a video and they go, a lot of people like that, it must be good, which, you know what? I wonder, would it be beneficial, not that they ever would, for YouTube to release, like, not release, to let you be able to see how long the average viewer watched? Because, like, part of me feels like that could be brandished about, like, haha, look, I'm better than you. I have more, what's it called? Oh god, what do they call it? Watch time percentage or whatever? I don't remember. Because typical bullshit internet stuff, but it would be interesting. Because you have a video with like 200,000 views, but most people watch less than 15% of it, or like it's 10 minutes long with 200,000 views, and most people watch less than a minute or like 30 seconds or whatever, which I guess wouldn't happen because then it wouldn't push it, but you get the point. I like statistics. Kind of a nerd. Sort of. But, yeah. I'm ready for philosophical. Oh boy. Also, hi, Joker. You've crawled out from within your cave. Yes. Yeah. I do like stats, though. I don't have enough viewership to really get interesting stats for my own channel, but it is... Do I like stats, or do I like... I guess I kind of like stats by virtue of I like seeing how things work. I like seeing how things work. How It's Made was a show that I watched a lot as a child. So, Mad and Dirty Jobs, but that was for different reasons. Well, actually, it was about the same reasons. Because it's kind of cool to see that stuff. It says failed your AP stats class. There's a stats class? What? Thankfully graduated though. Nice. And screw that. Okay, I like figuring out how things work and like getting stats for stuff like videos and whatnot. But taking an entire class on statistics sounds dry. We'll call it dry. Yeah, that's I don't know where you are. I was gonna say American education, but I don't. I mean, you could be from anywhere. The U.S. though tends to do the really boring. I'm gonna monologue at you for like a couple hours and then give you hours of homework that doesn't actually teach you anything, and you're just gonna learn by rote and memorization, which is, I'd argue, a really shit way of teaching. I'm biased because ADHD. Don't really learn that way personally, but because a kilometer, um, roughly 1/3 of a mile technically, but yeah, I don't tell anyone that I know that. It's scary stuff. I do kind of wish that we used some parts of the metric system, though. Just because it's more accurate in some ways. But temperature, hey, we can take ownership of Fahrenheit being better than Celsius. Because, I don't know, 40 degrees Celsius doesn't sound that hot, but it's apparently like 80 to 90 degrees somewhere in there. Gunsy's metric. It's always more fun when something like, and I mean, if you look at it from a certain perspective, I also worked multiple 12-hour weeks or longer. The 12-hour days, this week. Ignore that that's playing games to try and find content to make. It's totally comparable, trust. Also, oof. Yeah. These can't I use metric and imperial for different things? They do? I thought they just use metric. Also kind of intrigued. Because, like, I kind of like kilometers because it's more accurate. A little bit, just a bit. But at the same time, fully converting to the metric system would mean using Celsius, which I'm not okay with, because as I said, it's not accurate. It doesn't make sense. Also, feet make sense, kind of, sort of. I think it's supposed to use your forearm to measure that, right? Usually. Yeah, I think your forearm. Or thigh bone, but that's definitely not mine. Wait, it's longer. Use both, and it feels right. Oh. Okay, well, both at the same time is a. I mean, good on you, Canadian education system, I guess. You learned both, which, I mean, is expanding your brains, which is good. But at the same time, maybe not interchangeably. We could just, like, set specific things that are this and this. I don't know. I'm just saying. I think it's doable. We have the technology. We have the technology. But, yeah. No, that's... You're more likely to get the Brits to agree to start calling soccer soccer again, because it is literally their word for it. They started it. It's soccer. Than to get the US to adopt the metric system. Oh boy. And have whatever part that you would adopt that. Why hair? Please stop falling out. I need you, kind of. It's insulating. No, what are you doing? Stop being sus. Zog is being sus. My water is gone. Ow. Leave it to me to swallow water on. Am I American? Yes. I indeed am. Specifically West Coast. Arguably West Coast. So looking forward to this super El Nino that's probably coming. That's going to be great. Love that for me. So it gets better. Look, presuming you're talking about the West Coast portion of that, at least it's not currently on fire, okay? Because it likes doing that. It likes doing that a lot. Look, I love the smell of like smoke as much as the next girl. It's like nostalgic from camping and whatnot, but you know, dropping the air quality into unhealthy levels considering I still technically have asthma and allergies. Not great. The Great Lakes region, you don't have to deal with fires. Yeah, but you also have Detroit, so like, I'm just saying. I don't know. We all have our struggles. Ignore that we have California. Ignore that. It's not important. It's not important. Oh. I get this sinking feeling that I'm gonna end up moving back to California at some point. Mainly because I want to do like work and the whole 3D animation, cinematography thing, and to an extent voice acting, and that's just all based around LA, specifically Hollywood. I'm so excited. There's definitely nothing bad, annoying, or anything about Hollywood and LA. It's fantastic, it's great, the air quality is amazing, I love traffic. Rude. Look, I wasn't gonna out you, but I mean, he's around somewhere in there. Directionally. He's been there. Have I been to Detroit? I've been on like the outskirts of Chicago, I think, unless that was a dream. I've a lot of places, including Canada. But no, a California hate's totally deserved, okay? Any state that decides, hey, we don't like guns, so our solution to rifles and everything is to have less than 10 rounds in a magazine, and in order to drop the magazine out of a rifle, you need to use what is called a bullet button, which means you need to take the head of a round bullet and push it in to release the magazine. You're just banning guns with extra steps. BRB, maybe? Oh boy. Yes, do not get me started on California gun laws. Oh god. Oh god. They're so dumb. It's so dumb. You don't even need to go further than that, it's still dumb. And yet, probably end up moving back there at some point. Partially because family, but also to be near a micro center, because I kind of want to be near a micro center, at least in driving distance. I'll drive an hour to a micro center, that's fine. I'm down. That's totally fine. It's not like I'm going to do it all the time. I don't need to be 10 minutes away. Just, you know, traversable distance. I have none near me. I think my best solution is Best Buy, which the less said about buying electronics from Best Buy, the better. Oh. Oh. Yeah, no. Yeah. So that's my TED Talk. It is, okay, fun fact. Australia, as you may or may not know, banned guns. Their crime rate went up by 300%. Yeah. They don't even have, like, anywhere touching borders with them to smuggle guns in, okay? Because the criminals won't always end up with guns, which is why it's so stupid to be like, well, we should ban guns, because, you know, people do mass shootings, which are bad, but they're illegal, and they do them. Maybe, just maybe, they're going on a limb here, they'd still find a way to get the weapons to do it if they wanted to do it. Because it's illegal, they don't care, they're breaking the law anyway. Hello? You're just taking guns out of the hands of people who are law-abiding citizens who want to defend themselves. Ah. Law-Abiding Citizen is a great movie, by the way. Kind of cheesy, but still it was a good movie. I liked it. Maybe not technically a good movie, but I liked it. But yeah, just like the Prohibition. The WoW, if you make something profitable for criminals, they'll do it more. They already have the gun black market somewhere or something, but we don't need to make it more lucrative. Like, I'm not going to start advocating for all types of drugs or whatever, but having stuff like marijuana be illegal just to give them more money, because people see marijuana as mostly harmless because it technically is used responsibly, so they're okay buying that, and then they're like, well, okay, maybe you do have this other stuff, I'll try it. And that's why it was the gateway drug. Guns are scary, yes, but they are tools and useful. Also kind of cool, but I mean, if you pick up a rattlesnake and handle it improperly, it'll hurt you too. Just saying. So will a knife, by the way. Yeah. Or scissors. Or a lot of things that you think of as like everyday materials that can do a lot of damage. More guns in America than people. I believe that. People always have the restricted guns. Restricted because, yeah. Not Pink Alley. Yeah. Yeah. There's, again, we're back to extremes. Yay! And like, and then like, you get all of the people who are like, oh, because of this mass shooting, oh, this bad thing happened. It's not like, here, let's start a charity, let's like help the families who suffered a great loss. Let's ban guns because look, the thing that I care about, my political view. Forget the rest of it. Oh, that's horrible. No, but my political view is ban guns. It's like, holy, could you like at least wait a bit? Like, come on, let him grieve at least before dragging it up again into a big issue. But no, most politicians only care about power, and they don't even really care about their views in a lot of cases. They just care about what will get them in office. Because power and money, the power, because power is money. Money is... No, money is power. That's the way that I want to say that. Money is power. It's just, yeah, I don't know. Also, ignore the fact that the government trying to get rid of civilians owning guns is like maybe one of the most sus things possible, especially in the US, because look at how the US started. There's no reason for them to care other than that they're afraid. Why would they be afraid? I'm just saying. Doesn't make any sense. Extra shading, yeah. What do you mean? There's nothing sus going on. Yeah. Yeah. Have I looked into it a lot? No, I probably should. I probably should, as stressful as it is, but I have not. Because regardless of whether or not you want to know about stuff, it will eventually become your problem anyway. It's kind of how it works. But that's for tomorrow's case, yeah. I don't need to look that up right at this moment. Would not solve anything. Not that I could solve any part of it in the first place. I am merely a small VTuber. With 9 videos to her name on this video. Well, this stream, technically. Well, they've been going up lately, for some reason. Probably because I'm not trying to divide my attention between games and doing that poorly, and it's kind of funny from like a content perspective side of things. Things that you would do in the beginning don't work, but will work later, because you have a set viewer base and they care about seeing you do those things. But if you try and do them before you have set viewer base, nobody cares because they don't know who you are. An interesting dichotomy. Makes sense, but it's an interesting dichotomy. I mean, it's like, imagine if some random person on the internet sent you some video they thought was funny. You're not going to care, but if your family member or friend sends you the same video, you're like, oh, okay, I'll give it a look. It's the same sort of idea. Also, they're afraid because guns are scary. Well, guns are scary only if you're doing stupid things to the person who has them, or they're, you know, maybe psychotic and trying to kill you for no reason. Which just happened. Ugh. Oy vey. Interesting things, though. If you ever look up a chart on like gun violence, you might notice that Democrat in office, there's less in terms of like mass shootings and stuff. Republican gets in office, there's more. There's a lot of things you could take from that, but it's an interesting statistic. A lot of reasons why it could be the way that it is, but, well, it's very interesting. Let's just say that. Oh, political extremism. How great you are. Also, oh god. Just imagine people. Oh, AI. Oh, we're back to AI again. You could be a bigger VTuber with the right advertising, branding, and putting a ton of effort. I think VTubing seems oversaturated. It's okay. That's a common misconception. It's less that it's oversaturated and more that it's reached the point where it's normalized. Because like at the beginning of VTubing and whatnot, you'd get views just for being a VTuber, right? Just the same as at the beginning of YouTube, you'd get views for just putting a video on YouTube. Doesn't matter what it was, you'd get views. Now, yeah, you need advertisement, you need all kind of branding, like branding sort of works, but it is a lot of effort, which is the part that I'm getting through at the moment. Just making videos, which is technically conveniently advertising and branding, sort of. But it's less that you just succeed for doing it, and more that you have to actually create something worthwhile and have a brand, I guess, like, a thing that you're doing You can't just succeed by putting anything out or existing and being there. You gotta actually come up with video ideas. You have to know what you're talking about. You can't just watch videos and succeed. Kind of you can, because for whatever reason, it's just kind of part of VTuber culture is not watch partying. React content, which is just always popular. But I don't do that. Hard to be a smartass when you're driving. You can't immediately type. Yeah, continue not typing and driving. Continue doing that. It's still just texting and driving. So it's one, illegal, and two, you're gonna crash. Don't do that. It's bad. Which reminds me why I need to like figure out how to turn these things into a freaking podcast. Which is an involved process. It's a... There's file types I didn't know existed that you need to use to get that to work. So that's been postponed. That can be a massive factor. That too. Less so these days, but yes. Sounds really hard, especially mentally when it's not working out compared to the effort being put in. Oh boy. You've touched on the most frustrating part of doing YouTube for any reason if you're trying to do it semi-seriously. And that is just no matter how good it, like, okay, you could literally put out the best video that anyone has ever seen. But if you're new, or even worse, if you're not brand new and you've been doing other stuff and the algorithm doesn't know what the hell to do with you, for at least a bit, the things that you put out, even if they're good, won't get any traction. And it feels horrible. Especially if you have ADHD and you might be slightly goal-oriented. I'm very goal-oriented. I'm very goal-oriented, if you couldn't tell. So yeah, it's not great, but it's kind of, you just gotta realize that, I mean, that's part of why I say, if you want to do this sort of thing, you have to do something that you enjoy. You have to like doing it, and you have to pick a topic that you like doing, or be the specific sort of person that can just pick the most profitable, likely to succeed niche and just do it. And making that successful is enough for you. Happy for you. I'm not that sort of person, for better or worse. So, a text talk for the win? Oh, whatever. Mr. Technological over here. I'm surprised that works on your phone. Actually, I'm surprised it doesn't send something that you're not trying to send. You're not editing it, are you? You're not checking it over, right? You're just saying it and then saying send, and it gets sent? Surely. Yeah, you're being responsible. Anyway. Back to my favorite topic of content creation. Because I mentioned I like statistics. I like the statistical side of content creation because it's really interesting. Also, I'm kind of invested in it, so I've looked into it a lot. So I have plenty of, I do like talking about it. But I also have plenty to talk about with it because I've thought about it a lot. So, if you ever have any questions, I can definitely probably answer them. Probably, likely. Unless it's really niche. Maybe not then. But I do have a list of things that I need to do. One of which, thank you for reminding me, is figuring out how the hell do I get podcasts to work? Because I've been told multiple times that my voice works more for like talking stuff or is like relaxing to listen to, which I get. But I also have ADHD, so just not doing anything for long periods of time aimlessly isn't really my sort of thing. Yeah. Also, I play a lot of games. I want to share that, but PC limitations, so I can't share the ones that I want to share. It's complicated. I've gone over it multiple times. Wait, what's my niche? Funny you should ask that. Complicated, sort of. Say it and pray it's right. Oh, God, the delay. I think at the moment, considering my current PC limitations in terms of what I can record, never mind stream, which is technically nothing game related, mostly League of Legends, because I play that all of the time. Not necessarily because I love MOBAs more than shooters or other types of games, but literally mostly just because I don't have to talk to people. The ping system is rather good at least communicating important stuff, not spam pinging question marks on people. That doesn't help. But you don't really have to talk in League of Legends to coordinate as a team, because you can also see your teammates' items. You can't see their cooldowns. I like that about Deadlock more than I like that about League. But you can click on them, you can see their health, you can see a lot of things. You just have to pan over to where you have vision. I'm begging me to play Xbox so she can hear your voice. How is this lore just being dropped now? Of all of the things that I've heard about Helms. What do you mean? I'll take it, but whatever. We'll get into ASMR. I've also thought about doing that, but then I have to come up with topics for it. I do technically have it, we'll call it alter ego for that. I just haven't put any videos on there. Mostly because I haven't been able to get the background to be something that I want, and I'm very particular. Funnily enough, it could probably be solved by AI. But I don't want to. So yeah, I also play Counter-Strike, and okay, things that I've done as content on stream and in videos. I have done League, I have done Valorant, I have done War Thunder, I did a bit of World of Warships. And then I played some random games sometimes, other times. Those are the main things. Things that I can record at the moment, maybe Counter-Strike 2. Definitely League. And I don't think I've tried a Valorant. Although the best performing short that I had on my main channel, which I've turned into live. Nice. Like 11k or whatever, so nothing huge, but progress. And then I realized that, okay, there's no world where I'm going to consistently play Valorant, especially solo queuing, because I did that, trust me. Oh boy. Oh, I love the game Valorant, but my god, does it exacerbate the issues of people working together and not having just their own self-interest in mind. Oh my god. Anyway, also the defeatism that people have. But yeah, so it's the main reason I don't do Valorant content. Otherwise, yeah, shooters is what I grew up playing. Call of Duty, Battlefield, that sort of thing. I'm looking forward to War Dogs coming out, and hopefully I can get a new PC by then and I can do content on that. But until then, I have League. Yeah. We really need to make a premiere team. But you know, this isn't my main channel, technically, kind of. It is the channel that I use for streaming and everything game related now. Didn't used to be. It used to be I just put my VODs on here. But now it's where I stream and I put gameplay videos, which is likely to be PS2 and definitely League. Maybe if someone would get on, there would be Valorant in there too. But someone's busy with real life or some cringe BS. I don't know. Like, that's just pretty weird. I don't know. Something about working a job. Very odd. Anyway. I think it should be linked below if you want to check it out, but I do have some videos. I hid most of them just to keep everything coherent. And to hopefully not confuse the YouTube algorithm, but my main plan for that is that when I do get into, well, if I do even just like talking videos that aren't at all game related, I'd probably go there. I don't think I put ASMR in there because again, I have the other alter ego I have for that, which I haven't done anything with because, yeah, I guess mostly mental hangups, but whatever. When I do get into like 3D animation and whatnot, or like building stuff in Unreal 5, that'd probably go on the main channel. But nothing on there for the time being. There are still some shorts though, because they're there, and it doesn't make sense to move them. Fun fact, because I didn't link like posting replica content, whatever the hell YouTube called it, content with putting the same short on my main and second channel. I got the slap, but there isn't it for YouTube. So my main channel technically can't even, I can't use links that you can click on. I can't stream or do any of that. But this channel I can. And at the end of the day, I think I kind of lucked out, which is usually how my life goes, because now I can stream on this channel and it works and I can focus on the game stuff. You can be a pro-social VTuber and then do a slow rebranding when you get bigger. Ugh. You know. Technically, would that be a really good way to grow and get attention? Yes. I could be really crass, I could be attention-seeking, I could be edgy as hell, but I just can't. I just can't. This is not the sort of person that I am. So I know technically it would do well, but I'm not the sort of person who'll sell my soul for greater gain. I succeed, it's going to be as myself. Part of the problem was that I wasn't really being myself because I was trying to be too... What's the... how to put this? Family friendly. Also, yeah, you're fine. Life comes first. I just don't have one. But yeah, animation's also pretty awesome. Like to suffer through some games. I could potentially be convinced. Potentially. I do want to see the new map that they put out. I played one game on it. It's an experience. It is funny though. Not playing Valorant for so long, admittedly in Swift Play, the two games that I've played recently, I very much carried in, except one. There was one that I didn't, but I was also just having a bad day and like not entirely mentally there because I didn't drink enough water, didn't have enough sleep, etc. But yeah, talking about nursing homes is bad for it. Mental health, that too. People slowly talk to you. It'd help if I was consistent, which I'm now doing. But yeah. That is the current plan, is to not stress about it too much, because oh boy, could I. I could hyperfixate on it like no other. But it doesn't help. Yeah, it doesn't help anything. But I don't even know if this is a quote that I heard or if it's just something I come up with, but you can only wear a mask for so long before it becomes real, right? It becomes you. So it's something that I try to avoid. Feeling and designing the big main builds for upgrading Minecraft series. Ooh. Are you finally taking at least a small portion of my advice? Has it finally happened? It's only been years. You wouldn't do the reality TV show, even though it would have definitely done really well. You also haven't done like the whole recording right along home thing either. So, but if we at least get the Minecraft series, which I did, technically didn't recommend that. That is the one thing that I didn't recommend. That is not advice that I gave. I only introduced you to Minecraft, so I'll take credit for that. I did say to make videos though. I think. That might have been to myself. I probably did. We'll say that I did. So, yeah. And I should also take my own freaking advice. Yeah. Oh boy, did I get you into playing it. Yeah. My dear friend, it has been an obsession for multiple years. I regret to inform you. It is at least arguably better than being obsessed with League of Legends or Valorant. Or CS2. For different reasons on each of them, funnily enough. Valorant is just a horrible experience. League is better, but still kind of bad in the same way. But for CS2, it's definitely the crates. It's the crates. It's entirely the crates. Oh, gambling. Oh, gambling. And the fact that people try and use CS skins as an actual source of income. It's wild. But whatever. Oh right, Siege. I forgot about Siege. I didn't do Siege for content though, because it wouldn't run, because Ubisoft couldn't code their way to have a wet paper bag. Anyway. I'm gonna spend a couple hundred on Valo. Why? How much do you spend on Valo? I might have forgotten. Just as a quick reminder. For no particular reason. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. Even though UW doesn't work? What do you mean by that? Oh god. I assume it's some, just not playing overly aggressive. Got your stuff bound to ESDF? Oh, you mean literally? You mean your W key literally doesn't work? Oh, I thought that was some play on oh, I don't play super aggressive, or I rat a lot, which valid. It's a playstyle. No, you mean that just wow. Okay, that sucks. The gaming laptops do in fact suck. I can say that, having gamed on a laptop in Rainbow Six Siege for multiple years. Look, this sounds really dumb, but it's true. To this day, I play better on 60 ping or whatever, purely because I think I'm still used to having to play on 60 FPS and the reaction time that gave you from when I played on a laptop in Siege. Unironically, I play better on 60 ping. Oh, I had it set up in a wire basket, a plastic wire basket with large holes in it so that it got good airflow. I guess wire frame basket technically. 4 gigs of VRAM is not it. Oh no. Oh no, you poor thing. Oh. My condolences. My condolences. That's horrible. Also, ratting is a valid tactic. I'm not biased at all. I do my fair share of running in, but I do love lurking. It's so fun. It's more tactical. Like, don't get me wrong. If winning a gunfight face up is nice, but the point of the game is to win. Why would I take a fair gunfight? The only the dead fight fair is a very good quote that I forget where it comes from, but 30. Oh no. 3050 Rogue Zephyrs for the win. What is a keyboard? Oh, look, it's a keyboard. It's unfortunately very necessary for gaming and typing and also anything on a PC. For now. For now. Not working sometimes sucks. Oh no. You could technically, well, I'd say this if you didn't have 4 gigabytes of VRAM. You could technically, assuming that it has, okay, I'm assuming that it has an external connector you could connect a keyboard into, like either a USB or a USB-C port. But knowing modern laptops, it may just have one and it may have to be used for the mouse. So you might just be fucked. But technically you could do that. Oh. But you know that I recently decided to get a new keyboard because my last one was ghosting, and I currently, oh boy. You wanna talk about some of the most frustrating things you can. I can't currently replace my mouse because I can't get the money into my account because I don't have a car, and also credit unions, and also I'd have to find one that I could actually put the money in because old people and sending cash is a thing. But I need a new mouse because it double clicks pretty reliably, which is, I'm sure you could imagine, it's very frustrating. Opening 2 windows, whatever, I can deal with that. But trying to like, it'll literally stop sending the signal in like CS or Valorant when I'm trying to shoot somebody. And so it like becomes a really janky burst fire if burst fire was just meant to screw you over. Which is great. It's fantastic. Not at all frustrating. I still play because I'm hopeless like that. But yeah. To be fair, it is like at least 4 or 5 years old, so it's lasted a long time because I'm pretty gentle on the electronics. Same thing that made me good at flying helicopters, apparently, because I apparently am good at that. That's not going to make a lot of sense without the backstory, so I'll get to that in a sec. But yeah, it's not great. Also, glad your PC works, Joker. Love laptop keyboards. Can't play properly without them. Oh, ooh, ooh. But yeah, I got a new keyboard, a Hall Effect one, so that's magnetic switches and whatnot. Feels good. And they finally improved the filter enough in OBS for voice, so that the noise gate's not horrible, so you can't hear it all the time. I'm also not gaming and streaming anymore now because I don't get to because my PC would die. So it doesn't matter. Anyway, back to my story. So, I forget how long ago this was. I think I was either just into college, community college, don't get excited, or still in high school, in my last year or whatever. And I was in California still, so there's places that you can go to, like, get training and flying helicopters and whatnot. And for a time, I was like, oh, that'd be really interesting to do. No. Still like helicopters, but no. Anyway. So I got one lesson, which was just supposed to be, I think, or like maybe there was supposed to be some like time in the helicopter as well. Just going over the basics of helicopter flight in a simulator. So like forward, back, the naming of everything, how to use the controls, and not going, cyclic and dealing with the vortex of death, which, if you don't know, hovering in helicopters really precarious, not just because it's difficult to hold in a hover, but because within a certain distance to the ground, there's an effect that can happen where, since it's effectively a giant fan blowing air down, it'll just decide, actually, fuck you, you don't get lift. Which I'm sure you can imagine is not good. You can just like slide to the side and it'll fix it, and then, that. But if the terrain's wrong, whatever, it can go bad, and you need to know how to recover from a spin with the rotor and whatnot and all of that. So I did really good at that because I just naturally am more finesse-based with stuff, we'll say. Because with a helicopter, it's not about pure strength, it's about just using just enough strength with just enough movement to get the effect that you want. So I ended up then going up after 3 hours in the sim, which was just a chair with the controls, and then actually flying a helicopter. There's an instructor in there, obviously, who can take the controls if anything goes wrong, but didn't need it. Just perfectly held speed, perfectly followed a canal at 1,000 feet up, that sort of thing, which really surprised them. Still no landing or takeoff because that is the hardest and most dangerous part of flying a helicopter, but I did get to do that, so I have that at my belt. Oh, and as Joker can attest to, we usually did decent in helicopters and flying in games, which is how we got into War Thunder. Still haven't flown a helicopter because well, flying helicopters in modern warfare, as Ukraine has taught people, is not exactly a fun thing. It's very dangerous. But yeah, why would someone go to university first? Community college is much better and less expensive. But yeah, technically never finished that, for reasons of depression. Yeah, unresolved trans issues. But yeah, did do community college for a bit. Funnily enough, one of the classes that I did pass was geology, which most people don't pass. Go figure. I just need it to be a challenge. I don't know, just math isn't challenging and also doesn't make sense if you think about it because the entire thing is made up. I'm doing better, yes though. Thank you. But if you think sorry, I'm tangent. If you think about it, math is technically all made up, at least number-wise as far as equations go. So why the hell did they keep just stacking on top of everything instead of rebooting the damn thing into something that isn't ridiculously complex, not even difficult, just complex, instead of just continuing to add stuff to it? But then you're like, okay, this equation needs this equation, and this equation because this equation, and also this equation, and you do this with this equation and do that. No. No. What's college? I guess you never did that. You did the whole army thing. And then Germany, and spending 3 days downloading a 14 gigabyte game because it's like in 2014 or something. Basics. Oh god. Oh god. That was in high school? No, I thought it was in... Oh no, Germany it took like 21 hours or something, was it? I thought that was in Germany though. It was like 3 days for Operation Flashpoint Dragon Rising. Because I still remember that. Oh, so yeah, the military is an acquired taste. It is not for everyone. It is definitely not for everyone. Thought about it. Did think about it. Also came to the realization that I'm really bad at listening to people when I think what they're saying is stupid, which would not have been a good bet. Would not have been a good mix. No, no. Sophomore in high school didn't mix in a few days. Oh boy. Got kicked out of boot camp for mental health issues. Oof. My turn. Hopefully you're doing better. That also probably would have been me. Actually, no, it'd been more. No. I was still playing hockey like 3 days a week. So I would have been okay on the physical side of things. So boot camp was fun. I'm not beating the allegations of the people who end up watching my stream having been in or almost been in the military, blue-collar workers, and liking some sort of tactical shooter or MOBA. And giant nerds because D&D. I'm not beating the allegations. I'm just not. I don't know why that's a correlation, but it is. Oh. I will say though, I'm not sad to miss out on being in a gas chamber with tear gas, while also having asthma. Yeah. I'm okay not checking off that tick box. Most people know if they're nerds, and I'm like, I believe that in a heartbeat. Because Joker is in the military. Yeah. So much cool stuff. Oh, that cool stuff. Complimentary knee pain, back pain, addiction issues, marital issues, but hey, cool friends along the way you don't talk to. Like Helms, who apparently bugged you to play Xbox so that she'd hear me talk. I need to just do narrative videos, which is funny because I've done that. There's one video on my main channel I should put back up because I did a review on, what the hell was that game? What was that game? I need to look up in my Steam. Would it be faster? No, I'm already locked in. I have too many Steam games that I never play. I cannot find it. It was a turn-based mech game. Love Mech Warrior, by the way. Still haven't done any content with that. Still can't. Very sad. Continuing on. Damn. Okay. No, I'm just gonna have to look it up on my channel. Lol. Can I do that? That sounds like it might break. Mechabellum. No, I remembered. Mechabellum. It's called Mechabellum. I'd still recommend that game. Maybe. I think it's still doing good. Those part of the What are the Valo controls anymore? What do you mean? They were fine the last I saw. Did something change in the last update? But yeah. I did like a pseudo review / commentary thing on Mechabellum, which I forget what the main part of it was. But some sort of social commentary thing. Done a couple of those. Hearts of Iron. I wish that I could like Hearts of Iron. Because I love the concept of Hearts of Iron. It sounds great. Except I have chronic ADHD and it's just not interactive enough. It's too much too much spreadsheet gaming, basically. I do better in like, at least I have control. Like I don't even do great in terms of like a Valo or CS control scheme. If 3D gaming was more accessible and further along, I would do fantastic at that. Because the closer it is to like actual movements, the better I do. But I like Hearts of Iron, and I've watched plenty of Bo Cohen's videos, even if he's been a bit more well, his friend group might be slightly behind the times in terms of the vocabulary they use. We'll just say that. Definitely very niche. I don't really watch him as much as well as Grant them because oh yeah, I mentioned that. You don't watch his videos anymore because the last video he did was like 4 minutes or something in of the transphobic joke, so that's cool. But our feedback banned. I don't even know what he got banned for, but like I'm not surprised. I'm honestly more surprised it didn't take longer with the people that he streams with and stuff that he says, but yeah. This was a joke about transition drills and that being the only transition that they support on the channel. So, yeah. Maybe just dumb military joke, but you know, I'm also incredibly biased, obviously, so even if it was just a joke, I'm not gonna stick around in case it wasn't a joke, because you never know these days. People's opinions change. It is just a thing. So. Advocated for the genocide of Russia after World War II. Oh. YouTube. Oh, I didn't. Okay, well, sorry to any messages that I missed because I forgot to change. Okay, the one part of YouTube that I despise for streaming, why the hell? No, why the fuck are there two different types of chat? If you didn't know, YouTube chat has two settings. If you look in the top left of the little chat box, there's live chat and there is top chat, which is curated by AI. So if you don't have a live chat, you will just miss messages because then it's like, well, that's just spam or something you don't need to worry yourself about. And I only noticed because I have my OBS open on the right, which has the message pop up anyway, which is good to know. I wasn't worried about that before, but now I know that it works anyway. So yeah, but that's yeah, that's turn on live chat first off. Second, that's yeah. No. No. Genocide, no good. It is not good. Nor is book burning or any of like asterisks. Fuck generative AI. And also stuff that gets misused because like yeah. I actually don't know what that would fall under. It's more like an algorithm, but why can't you run in Valo? Did your controls change? And because it might be on default, you run and not what or something? I don't know. It might be something weird. Because I remember looking through, you can change it so that you default run and walk, which is what it used to be when you hit shift. And you can set it to be the inverse where shift makes you walk or run instead of walk. So it might be set to that by default now because they're trying to normalize the controls for new people and you've been away from it for so long. Could be. Don't know. Counter-Strike 2. I'm doing neutral. What is neutral? I'm confused. I feel like I'm missing something. But also sometimes yes. Particularly, I don't like overpass at all. Just because your shortness hurts? Oh. Same deaths as a... Okay, but what about assists? Do we count assists? Because it's KDA. Kills, deaths, assists, technically. A to impress? Based. Based. I can't high five, but like just imagine I'm holding up my hand. High five. No assists? I mean, I count those. I mean, heck, the game itself counts damage as the most. I recently had a game where I had no kills, but the second most damage on the team. I'm not proud of it, but it did happen. Oh. Yeah. I think assists matter, though. I think assists do. Also, sorry for your last Joker. I don't think that they're worth everything, but I think it's a mix of kills, deaths, and assists that determines how well you actually did. Kind of has our ratio, but also that. She won't give you an Oreo Blossoms. Why are you bugging her about this again? Does she even still work at Sonic? Wait, are you playing with Jay? I'm confused. I feel like I missed something. Because I could totally see her seeing you on Valorant and bugging you to play Valorant. Which good on you, or her, because you kind of did, like, literally ghost the hell out of her there for a bit. You know. Kind of awkward. But understandable, but awkward. Ooh. Didn't she break up with that boy? That's not important. We're getting off topic. I've never played Overwatch. So, I don't intend to play Overwatch. I don't like marshmallow gaming. Pop on Discord and sent you a message. Good. Interaction. Good. And yes, ghosting is not good. Oh, I hate that so much. It sucks. But looking at the reason why, because that's his personal business, and well, we may be good friends, but because of that, even I'm not going to bring it up if he doesn't want to. So, yeah. Not that deal. That is why therapy exists. Even if it doesn't super work for me, because hey, at least I kind of can actually acknowledge my problems and like work through therapy on my own. Although there's some stuff that would probably work to talk to a therapist with, but also money. So I can't do that. I mean, arguably, actually, YouTube streaming is kind of my therapy because I do just talk about stuff, which is sort of what you do with a therapist. There's no answer, but like, I'm self-aware enough and open-minded enough to figure out most of my issues and at least acknowledge what the issues are, even if I can't fix them all the time. Which is not the norm for most people, even slightly. And I get that. I'm weird. But I can do that. No, I'm not going to become a therapist and or run a series of therapist-related videos doing therapy. Because that feels really weird, first off. Second, I'm not licensed. Don't intend to get licensed. I'm good. I'll stick to unofficial, like, grain of salt. Pinch of salt? Grain of salt. It's a grain of salt is the same. Grain of salt advice. Grain of salt advice. Yeah, that. Also, probably should have mentioned like half of that. But ADHD and autism, so that's awkward. Sometimes brain faster than mouth. It happens. Sorry about that. But moving up. It is 3 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, I guess? I didn't realize that. Listen, giving them advice. That I also do. Things that I have been told. Relaxing to listen to voice. I'm a good listener. Also have good ideas sometimes. That one less often, weirdly enough. I try not to take it personally, but you know, I'm just saying. Which happens. Listening better than talking. I kind of like talking, but I also hate talking for reasons of voice. So I'm biased. It's a work in progress. Okay. Therapist for 18 years. Why is everyone last naming me lately? Rosa. I mean, it's not bad. I did this to myself. Nothing about Casey rolls off the tongue. But no, I had to pick the name, purely head of autism probably, for meaning. Which, if you didn't know, Casey Rosa means blue rose. Which, blue roses stand for, amongst other things, being man-made, which is also a nice little nod. Like magic, mysticism, rebirth, and second chances. Which, if you check back onto some of the first VODs that I put on the channel, you'll kind of get. There's the whole like VTuber like, oh, Second Life thing, but listen, I'm using the same model because it's a pre-made model. It just has custom options, so I can like customize it a bit. Which is how I got the whole alter ego thing for like the eventual ASMR channel that I probably end up doing. But I did used to go by Arctic Dreams, technically FX, but really Arctic Dreams. The FX stood for special effects because I was going to be doing animation and whatnot as the end goal. But didn't needed a reboot, mostly because of like there was a whole debacle. There was a whole debacle. Got a spell and you're being shot at. I also suck at taking compliments, so we'll just say that. I think started at Twitch in almost 3 months, almost hit affiliate, then didn't hit affiliate. Hyperfixated on trying to hit affiliate. Had PC issues and then had to take a break because of that after having taken like a month to like figure things out and sort stuff out. So then that was multiple months from the PC issues. And then I think that was mostly it. There was like a couple times where I've like taken a week break here or there since then, but nothing huge. And that's mostly just because I've had to slow down way more than I wanted to because I tried doing too much in the beginning, burned out, and now I just kind of have to ration it out, and it's annoying, but it's better than not doing it at all. So here we are. Casey Rosa, Blue Rose. What did I came up with the tagline or some shit? I don't remember what it was. Fox and Rosa Determination or something? I don't know. It was appropriately cringe for like an anime sort of thing. And I am kind of, I wouldn't say obsessed, but I like the magical girls genre. I haven't seen any of them, mostly read fanfiction. And it's I should probably try and see Sailor Moon at some point. I really should. I need a slogan. It would help. If there were to be an unofficial slogan, it's a work in progress. Or it depends. But those don't necessarily market super well. As much as they are very commonly recurring in my life. Romance is the best anime genre. Okay, see, the thing is, because you're getting into anime now, I can't watch most anime because of the type of humor they use, and I really, really, really do not handle cringe well. I don't like cringe. I can't do it. I like literally to the point of hiding my face and like just like pressing my face into a pillow. Like, why are you doing that? You're so stupid. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's dumb. That's dumb. That's dumb. That's dumb. Why are you doing that? Which is part of the reason why I don't watch horror movies or play horror games. The other part is that I have a really active imagination, and yeah, I don't like horror games. But yeah, I don't watch most anime. Also, I have no way to watch it anyway. Honestly, I spend most of my time playing games and reading fan fiction because it's free and I don't have to pay for it. And there are some good ones. Some, ironically, one of the ones that I read recently was a Gundam one, which I have to look more into that because I haven't done that before. I liked Fear 3, really? The game that when I was playing it alone and got to that section of the supermarket / warehouse where the cart rolled towards me on its own and the doors opened, I just literally shut off the game and said, yeah, no, that's enough. That one? Yeah, no, I loved that game for sure. And next I'm playing Aliens Isolation and doing a playthrough on that for sure. 100% that's happening. No. On the 5-second skip button when watching anything. I don't pirate anime. Okay. No judging. Even though this is an entirely judgmental statement. I'm like a girl in that I don't pirate anything, and I don't really like the idea of pirating it for multiple reasons. Unlike most of the modern human race on the internet. I get that it happens, and it's justifiable at times because there's stuff like differencing, like, okay, for instance, if you're making a game, and on Steam you can have regional pricing and whatnot, you should have it anyway, because otherwise your game's just going to get pirated, and I'm going to look at you and say, what did you expect, bozo? But I don't know. Part of it is like, I'm a creator myself. I get the whole creative process thing, and like if there's something that I like, I want them to get their like whatever out of it, however much it is. It depends on royalties and shit. But so on that side of things, there's that. But then there's also just knowing my luck. I would be the one who like gets caught up in like some sort of bust on it somehow, or like messes something up or gets a virus on my PC. So I just don't want to deal with that either. I tend to not like breaking rules. That doesn't mean that I won't bend rules or find loopholes. Fox, okay, Fox. Look at the ears. But I've never pirated anything. The one thing that I have done is download. Okay, one is like MechWarriors 4 Mercenaries or something, because you literally cannot buy that game. Physically impossible to buy that game. So you won't see it if I don't. Anyway, then I buy things though. That's respectable. No, I can get behind that. Because like, yeah, that's like, it's easy when you can afford things and pay for them to be like, well, how could you pirate it? So you're hurting the creator and the people making it. How could you do it? It's like, okay. But if you can't buy it anyway, it's not really hurting anyone. I'm not gonna say that it's great. YouTube, don't spite me. It's still illegal. But I gotta. Forever be a weeb. What do you... Yeah, we beat it just fine, and you like face tanked most of the jump scares in that game. So there. And I would maybe have Crunchyroll if I could pay for it, but I can't. Because I did watch... Oh shoot, what I watched? I watched... Okay. I watched all of the Uma Musume ones that are on there. Which, yes. Yes. Oh, right. I also did Uma Musume for a time on stream. Except I got depressed because you couldn't... Well, music copyright, so you can't watch the concerts, and that's like the entire point of it. So anyway, watched all of those. I watched some other... I forget what else I watched. Oh, Solo Leveling. And Free Run. So I've seen those. Any creators for Ultra Kill? Ultra Kill. Oh god, I'm probably never going to play that game purely because it is so oversaturated. Oh god, stimulation hell. I'd be overstimulated so quickly. I'm fully aware. No, number one's not. Yeah, no, that's understandable. Incredibly good anime. Ridiculous. Look, I know a lot of people like it. It's a good game. I'll just never play it, probably. Maybe some far off day it'll be like a goal of something, membership, sub goal, whatever. I don't know. Or a punishment. Who knows? But I'm well aware of the fact that I won't be able to really play it because I'll just be overstimulated. And then, yeah, that just spirals. It's not great. I love simulation? What? Awesome simulation one. How could I? This feels because of the real horse. Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of cool. Seeing, funny. But also cool seeing everyone more in... Oh, also heartwarming. Seeing everyone more in, Haru Urara when she died. Which... None of those horses are gonna starve in their retirement, let me tell you. But... It's okay, first off, Uma Musume is unironically a good game. Okay? It just is. Don't care. The music is really good, which is usually a thing that suckers me into a game, is whether or not the music is good, and the sound design, depending on what it is. They get around the whole not, like, 3D animating the entire thing in terms of they're just standing there as, like, 3D models, technically. And not everything is, like, fully voiced, because it, yeah. A lot of it's gonna get skipped anyway. Let's be real. It's just a very well done game. It sucks that they've then went on to make their own division within the company to experiment with the AI and whatever the hell they're going to do with that, because AI sucks for creating things, hands down. But yeah. Oh, the background? Okay. The background music is from Pirate Software's... Yes, that Pirate Software. Yes, I know. Yes, he was an idiot. Anyway, from his game that he made, and it is one of the few decent sounding soundtracks that I could get that is copyright free, that the person who made it, which wasn't him, it was, I forget who it was. I have the, credits on my Twitch in the About section, but I don't think I have anything here, which I just realized. But no, it's from, not Heartsteel. Jesus, that's the band and league. Heart something. It's Heart something. I've never played the game before he imploded his credibility and fans on the internet. I think it had good reviews, but which probably sucks for the other people who are working on the game. But you know, it's from his game. And it's because they have... Their thing is that as long as you pay for it and buy it, then they're okay with using the soundtrack. So now instead of having Nintendo music in the background, which is technically working and legal, unless you find one that doesn't work. Also because I can't use YouTube playlists because I'm not... Look, I am all for having ads in there. I get it, it's fine, but I can't pay for YouTube Premium. And I draw the line at listening to the music or playlist and then having advertisements come on that are then in the video or the stream VOD for infinity. And yeah. I'm pretty sure my phone just yelled at me that it's low. Yeah, okay, 20% battery. Oh! There was a time when that lasted 5 hours. Which it lasted 4, I guess, technically. It does not bode well for my PC, but, you know, whatever. And I think I was wondering, why doesn't it charge my phone at the same time while I'm streaming and it's plugged in? Because it's not getting enough power. That's why there is no excess power. Anyway. You see, you know, YouTube Premium is just like, there's two things that if you use them a lot are worth it. Whatever Twitch calls their premium, I don't remember the name, but it basically just means that you will watch whatever creator you want for however long you want. You won't get ads, and they still get the ad revenue. So it supports them, which is important. And if you are terminally on Twitch, it just makes sense instead of managing like 10, 15 different subscriptions if you have that many. That's probably extreme, but also probably not. The other is YouTube Premium, if you're on YouTube all the time, for part of the same reason, but also YouTube Music. Yeah. It's just... people tend to, like, I don't love subscriptions, because so many companies are like, oh, subscribe to our platform, Disney Plus, Amazon Prime, which you probably have Amazon anyway, so like you likely have Prime, but whatever, not the point. Hulu, anything sports related, all have their own subscriptions, and it's like, oh my god, why? Like, not everything needs to be subscription model. Oh god, and Adobe subscriptions. Why can't we just own our programs? I will not own nothing and be happy, by the way. I will own nothing, complain about it, and be upset. That's what I'll do. That's what everyone will do, by the way. Eventually. People are willing to put on blinders for a while. But yeah, those are the only two that I'd say are really worth it, and there's maybe others, but I don't know them. And it's really just because if you're spending a lot of your time on something, it makes sense to just not deal with the ads. Yeah. I eventually want to get my own music made or make my own when I can get a MIDI keyboard and pay for the program and whatnot. Or finally actually just get back to learning guitar, which I should do. Because then I could just write my own music anyway and use those recordings as background music. Because I don't know why I haven't done that yet. I couldn't tell you. I really couldn't. But I haven't. So I should probably do that at some point. But that is going to be it for today because my phone is yelling at me about dying imminently. So, yeah. Kinda gotta call it there. Ooh, close. Interesting. That's actually really well layered for a $25 model. The violin is fun to learn. So I've heard. I've also heard that it's painful to the... I'm getting distracted, but painful to the ears when played by novices. Which I would be. Maybe someday. My mom knew it, so... Yeah. It's also very pretty sunny, but I'm getting distracted. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. And I don't really have a schedule, realistically, but that's part of my strategy to not stress myself out too much, and also just because it's also summer! And the weather is doing weird fucky-wucky things where it's 90+ degrees and then 60 degrees. I don't know if you ever tried streaming in a room without AC in 90-degree weather. It's not fun. Anyway. There is the Discord below, I think. Or on my channel. I might have removed the link because there's too many bots. Maybe. But if you click on the channel, it's in the description at the top. So. Yes. Validation. Winter's the best, plus there's only so many layers you can take off in the summer. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay? Like, people just start looking at you funny, and also then you're finally down to your skin, and it's still just hot, and there's nothing you can do about it. So anyway. Finish again next time you're streaming. Hey, there's no screen. Okay, so yeah, you'd have to click on, go to the channel, basically, and then it's in the drop down at the top, like beneath the blurb. I should probably add that back. I was mostly being paranoid, but yeah. Because bots still join off of it anyway, so I might as well put it in the video, whatever. Not the point. Fate is same. And I'll see you guys next time.